ครึ่งคน
ส
Yo, what's going on, gamers? Welcome to Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a lovely Thursday. Ready for some Pokemon TCG action coming right at you through the screen, whatever kind of screen it is that you're perceiving this content through. Let's go. We've got some Gym Leader Challenge action going on this evening here at Full Grip Games in beautiful Akron, Ohio. Nice fall day here today. High of 60 degrees. Fall has arrived. We were hanging out in like the 80s for what felt like forever. Finally, the flannels are out in full force, and I am very pleased about that, as this is probably my favorite season of the year. Just nothing beats a nice fall day, you know? Nothing beats a night of Gym Leader Challenge. That's Full Grip Games. Got a lot of work done on my vlog today. The Milwaukee vlog going to be going out on YouTube tomorrow. I am most of the way through it now, and I'm happy with it. It's cool. Nice little video. Excited to release that. It's been a while since I have vlogged anything. Like a while. I think the last vlog I did was probably Brazil 2023. So How'd it feel stepping back into vlog content? It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. Would I headphone Jack on Twitch asking, would I ever consider implementing any changes in the format to ever support fairy type? Fairies are dead. All right. Fairies are dead and they're never coming back, is the thing about fairies. They're never coming back. They're dead. They're dead and they're gone forever. They're dead and they're gone forever, folks. I think, yeah, I know. Did you guys check out all the new megas yet? I guess I shouldn't just pop them up on the screen because I know that there's some people who want to come about the new megas naturally. I did not come about them naturally, as it is right now. I am not. I'm not playing through Legend Z to A. I'm just gonna watch my wife Natalie play it. So, yeah. So no spoilies. I'm not gonna spoil them. Okay. But obviously, Embor gets a mega. I mean, obviously, he's like a starter, right, in the game. All the starters get megas. And I am very pleased with Embor's mega design, I have to say. I think, God, Embor can do no wrong. That's for sure. I was not able to stream last week's Gym Leader Challenge event as I was in Milwaukee. But it looks like JD won with fighting. I think that was the missing piece. Pretty sure that must have been what happened last week. I think so. JD won with fighting. So is that back-to-back fighting wins then? That's what it seems like. Kind of crazy. Fighting been on a tear. The last couple weeks at Full Grip since the Mega Evolution GLC 3K. Is fighting too strong? Crazy. The fighting takeover. Absolutely insane. Well, I'm excited to see if maybe do we see fighting win again? Or are we going to see finally someone cook up an answer to the very powerful fighting deck? We've got our Ruby and Sapphire to Power Keepers event happening as part of our retro series coming at you not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. So excited about that. Cole and I are going to be casting the RSPK event. So we'll be bringing that to you on Saturday, October 25th. Mark your calendars. If you don't plan on attending, but if you'd like to, definitely make sure to attend if you're in the area. If you've got a Ruby and Sapphire to Power Keepers deck, fantastic. If not, there are lots of people who are going to be in attendance who have maybe potentially decks to lend out. So, could be an opportunity to get involved. Definitely definitely looking forward to that. Should be a great time. We've also got a retro event happening December 13th. The day before my birthday. 2010 Worlds formats. Very cool. And then our Phantasmal Flames Midnight pre-release going to be coming up really quick, actually, as it's already halfway through October now. I think the Midnight pre-release is going to be taking place on like November 1st, something like that. It's the end of the month. Yep. So October 31st at midnight or November 1st morning, however you want to denote that. Yeah, we're going to be doing our Phantasmal Flames midnight release. So like really the next couple weekends are going to be quite busy here. I've got I've got Gym Leader Challenge, obviously. GLC I do every Thursday. So, no. Jesse James night. Does the RSPK tournament mean we won't get GLC? No, that's not what that means. I only skip streaming during the week on, like, the 3K weekends because the 3K weekends are, like, back-to-back 12-hour days. So I usually just kind of, like, focus all my energy into preparing for those. Instead of being live the week of, I just kind of like stream all weekend. But no, I mean, you can count on me doing GLC for, every Thursday from, here on out till Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving will be the next one that we miss. It's funny, since we hold GLC on Thursdays, we always miss Thanksgiving every year. So every Thursday between now and Thanksgiving, you can expect GLC being streamed. But our events coming up, we've got next Saturday, the RSPK events. The Saturday after that, our Midnight Phantasmal Flames pre-release. And then the weekend of November 22nd is our Phantasmal Flames 3K, or 6K, I should say. 6K doubleheader. So, I mean, really, as I'm like looking at the calendar, that's coming up real fast. Jesse and I are going to start. Doing our Phantasmal Flames testing this upcoming Wednesday. So, in about a week, we're going to start getting into that. Round number 1 is here, folks. We've got Alex Carpenter versus Ben Morse on the table for you. Let's get some hype going for Gym Leader Challenge. Looks like we have a sleeve mirror. Both players, I believe, are playing in the blood red non-glares Dragon Shield. Looks great. Alex Carpenter's name is already on the overlay. You'll love to see it. Ben Morse. Well, let's go. Looks like Ben has got a water deck. So at least one of our players will be playing water. And it looks as if, is that metal? Metal versus water. Now, Alex Carpenter is interesting, right? Because he's got 3 badges already. He is your 2024 and your 2023 GLC badge champion. And he's already en route to being the 2020, or he's your 2020, he's your 2024 and 2025 league champion. And he's already en route to being the 2026 league champion with 3 badges. Nobody else at Full Grip has 2 badges yet. But Alex Carpenter has got 3. He's hogging them all. So this would be a big win for Ben if he could get it, as Ben is not on the board yet for a badge earned at GLC League for the 2026 season. But I am excited about this match. All right, it's round number 1 underway. We've got metal versus water. It looks like Alex Carpenter is going first. We've got Zamazenta in the active spots, metal energy attached to it, and a Bronzor down. Not the most exciting looking hand from Alex Carpenter. Got a Max Elixir and an Adventure Bag. Chooses not to play the Adventure Bag, which maybe could thin the deck a little bit, and he doesn't have any playable cards that are going to like help him establish a board state in that hand, so maybe would have liked to see that thin a little bit. Does already have multiple tools in his hand as well, so just a odd position for Alex to be in. He does have a metal energy in his hand, so at least we'll be able to attach that to the active Zamazenta this next turn and start working towards a retaliate. And what's funny about this escape rope being played from Ben is that it pushes the Zamazenta to the bench. So actually puts Alex in a position where he could launch an attack this next turn because he's got Max Elixir in his hand and Adventure Bag as well. So if Alex decides to use Adventure Bag and go get maybe a float stone or an air balloon or something like that to pivot the Bronzor to the bench, then we could see an attack with the Zamazenta next turn, which is pretty funny. And it's only possible because Ben moved it to the bench with the escape rope. Ben's got to gather the crew with Hisui and Basculin. And here goes Alex with the float stone. Just a water energy on the Finizen, but of course that can get a little bit scary if it evolves into Palafin. There are a bunch of different Palafin that are good. There's this Palafin from Obsidian Flames with the Justice Kick attack, which does 210 for 2. You've also got this Palafin. I'm not as into this Palafin, 130 for 1. Honestly, I think 130 is weak sauce. I'm more into 210 for 2. That's more like it. Max Elixir. What do we got? 6 cards. If there's a basic metal, there it is. Max Elixir's got the Zamazenta ready to go. And maybe Alex Carpenter, with kind of a dead hand, decides to go in with Zamazenta this turn. With the Fighting Fury Belt attached, the Zamazenta will have base 170 HP, and then with the Metal Shield ability, we'll be taking 30 less. So that would mean that Ben would need to... Oh, and with the Iron Defender... Oh, my goodness. All right, with the Iron Defender, that means that this Zamazenta is taking 90 less damage from attacks next turn. And with the Fighting Fury Belt, I mean, this thing is just like impossible to knock out, right? Because it's got base 170 HP and is taking 90 less damage from attacks this next turn. It's absolutely absurd. That's all on turn 2 from Alex Carpenter. Still no supporter played yet. But Alex Carpenter takes the lead. Ben Morse got teammates. So we'll be able to grab 2 cards of his choice out of the deck. In order to help respond to this, well, let's see what he goes for. I'm also curious to see which Palafin it is that Ben is playing. Gosh, it's just so crazy that this Zamazenta is taking 90 less damage this turn. Right? Like, just ridiculous. It does look like Ben is playing the Palafin that I quite enjoy. The Justice Kick Palafin. You can tell by the nice full art that he's got in the deck. You can see that thing from a mile away. And it's got the Palafin Muscle Band. That's 230 damage. 230 minus 90. Wait, did I miss something? 230. How's it get knocked out? 230 minus 90. Minus 60. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Metal Defender only does minus 30, not minus 60. I'm tripping. Okay. Got it. I was thinking about the tool for some reason. That I think that there's like the tool that does like minus 80 for a single turn. Yeah, I'm just miscalculating for sure. So if he does 230 minus 60, yeah, that's one set. That's perfect math. Well, Ben's got perfect math. Yeah. Perfect math. 230. Dang, there's too much math going on right here. 230 minus 30 from the ability, minus 30 from the Metal Defender. You hit the 170, and that's perfect numbers to knock out Zamazenta. That really is going to put Alex Carpenter in a tough spot. Oh my gosh, Alex Carpenter's got the Earthworm in the deck? Holy cow, which Earthworm is this? Yes, I'm sorry. I thought Metal Defender was minus 60 for some reason, but that would be like way too good. Or Iron Defender. Now that I think about it for more than like a half a second. Yeah, Iron Defender only decreases by 30, so I'm tripping. Which Earthworm is this? Punch and draw. 20 damage, draw 2. And then Crunch Time Rush can do, oh my goodness, 240 damage if you have 3. Alex Carpenter loves these type of cards where they do broken stuff if you've got like 3 or less cards in your deck. Yeah, this is like Alex Carpenter's favorite kind of card. Now, unfortunately for Alex Carpenter right now, it's looking like he wants to be at the very bottom of his deck. But he's actually the opposite of being at the bottom of his deck. He's at the very top of his deck, not doing anything. I imagine that you're wanting to play kind of a turbo strategy where you're drawing lots of cards. Instead, Alex has got 2 very bad cards in his hand. And just has to pass it to Ben. Yeah, and Ben looking like he's having really no issues getting moving. He's got Brooklyn Hill in play. Can go get the Snom out. It's not evolved into Octillery yet, so doesn't have that board stability. But Alex, I mean, just not really seeing any of the cards that he wants to see right now. I'd imagine you'd want to see at least a supporter by this point, right? The supporter card's pretty key to helping you draw through your deck. Let's see if he finds one here. Is it a Metal Saucer? Oh my gosh, how are there this many bad cards in Alex Carpenter's hand? Yeah, just so bad. Now, Ben is not exactly playing supporters either, which is kind of funny. Right? I mean, Ben fails Brooklet here. Doesn't have any of his board set up, except he does have the Wishy-Washy on his bench with 2 energy on it, so, like, it's not bad. Knock out the Bronzor on the bench with Palafin's attack, Jet Punch. And then Alex does finally find a Metal Energy, so can use the Earthworm to punch and draw. We'll get him 2 cards. How are those 2 cards also bad? I'm not going to lie. Alex Carpenter's deck is looking really sorry right now. I mean, I know you got 3 badges, and you got to let the rest of the Gym Leader Challenge players catch up. And win some games, but I gotta say, not terribly impressed here. It seems like everything Alex draws is terrible. And top deck's Crispin. So I think a short, supporterless exit from Alex Carpenter has Guzma and Crispin. Neither of those are going to help him to stay in the game. Guzma, I guess you bring up a Snom, and that's just it. So really sad game one there. Ben Morse just rolls Alex Carpenter and his unfortunate-looking metal deck. And as we see Alex flip through, I mean, okay, would have taken him like 5 more turns to find a playable supporter card. And at that point, it really makes you wonder if there are enough draw cards in this metal deck, because look at how much of the deck was revealed before Alex found a draw card. Like, that's just kind of absurd, right? It does kind of make you wonder if there are enough consistency cards in that list. At least that's what I'm wondering. Coming away from a game like that. Not Alex Carpenter's best showing, but that's fine. Looks like we've got quite a few players here this evening. 20. Wow. We've got 20 players gathered today for Gym Leader Challenge. That means we're going to have a 5-round event. And Natalie is reporting that there is one of every type except Fairy. So there is at least every single type is represented here today. Grass, dragon, fire, water, fighting, colorless, metal. That's pretty sweet. So lots of different types represented in the building this evening, folks. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But the real question is fighting too good? Fighting just started being broken. So, kind of an exciting time for your fighting decks, right? Life's been crazy. We're finally on the board. Badge number 1 in full grip. There you go. Yeah, that was last week. All right, so JD got there last week with fighting. Yo, the Colossal Spice? All right. Now that's exciting. I didn't realize JD won with the Colossal Spice. Now that is exciting. So this is JD's winning fighting list from last week. Had Colossal in there, Battle Compressor, help get the energies into the discard pile. Colossal is one of my favorite cards in the fighting card pool. It's got the Tar Generator ability, which allows you to attach a fire and a fighting energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon in any way you like. So gets the boys juiced up and ready to go. You can use that to power up. It looks like JD is playing like all the ancient Pokemon too, right? So you've got Koraidon, you've got Great Tusk, you've got Slitherwing, you've got the Lunatone and Solrock. The Colossal, I mean, basically is just operating as a as like a fighting energy accelerator. But you've also got, JD's got the Scorched Earth Spice. which allows you to discard a fighting or fire energy from the hand to draw 2. So perfect synergy there with the Colossal, right? And you've got Lunatone, discard fighting, draw 3. You've got Scorched Earth, can discard fighting or fire, draw 2. Pro Skittles says, if I nerf fighting decks so early at this point now that they have stuff against the meta, I will quit GLC. Yo, Pro Skittles, you got nothing to worry about, Pro Skittles. I'm just yapping, all right? You've got nothing to worry about, Pro Skittles. Don't you worry about it, Pro Skittles 69. Fighting is safe. It brings me great joy. Brings me great joy to see fighting doing well after people considered it kind of an unplayable type for so long. Gosh, I just want to bring up the megas and talk about them. It's like but apparently people don't want spoilers, but I just want to talk about the new megas. This is so sad. They're all right here. I know, they're just out. I don't know. What percentage of people here care about the spoilers? I know, right? Like, I guess I could give you fair warning and then just go after it. Because listen, I got 20 minutes to kill. I'm trying to bring up the megas. All right? I'm trying to bring up the megas. That's just what it is. I got 20 minutes. So that's what I'm going to go do. All right, you've been warned. I'm going to the megas. If you don't want to see them, you can come back in 20 minutes or so. Yeah, Trey says, I ain't buying the games, so rip it. Well, me neither. That's why I'm looking at them. Mega Clefable. Let's go. Here we are. Dude, I mean, Clefable, classic Pokemon right here, okay? Classic Pokemon. Gen 1 Pokemon. Getting a total redo. It's a butterfly now, okay? It's got fairy wings. I love Clefable. Why does it have dog ears now? Clefable, like, I'm not in love with this iteration of Clefable, I'm gonna be honest. To me, Clefable was already peak. I mean, it's like perfect as is right here. Perfection. Honestly, I miss its little curly Q on its head. Is that a curly Q over there? And take into consideration that all of these megas are going to be looking a little bit uglier than they would otherwise, because they are 3D models. And as I've said before, many, many times, 3D models are just ugly. They just are ugly. They don't make Pokemon look their best, folks, okay? And that's okay. We've already seen Mega Victreebel. Awesome design. Love it. This is the Mega that's got everybody talking. Holy cow, dude. This is the one that's got everyone talking. Mega Starmie, bro. It's like, I would not blame you for thinking that this was fake. But this is what They were just like, screw it. Just give him screw it. Just like give him legs. So what are we doing for Starmie? What if we made him walk? You gotta watch him in motion. He runs. Have you tweeted about it, Jesse? He runs up on you. I'm not dead. Jesse tweeted the black and white picture of him talking. Jesse tweeted the black and white picture of himself talking about how he sucks and is washed now. It's like, damn, bro. Rip Jesse, dude. Rip Jesse. Honestly, being washed, it's like, it's kind of like an obituary in a way. But yeah, okay, so this is what's sick. Its movements have become more human-like. Whether it's simply trying to communicate or wants to supplant humanity is unclear. That is sick. Does it want to just talk, or is it trying to supplant humanity? Thank you, Duck Dad, for the Prime sub in the 6 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, Mega Starmie is definitely unsettling. Let's see if we... Because you saw what people said, they thought the fan Mega Starmie was going to look like, right? Yeah, this is what the fan arts were looking like. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. All of the fan arts had it wrong. Nobody could possibly predict. Oh, dude. Oh, bro. Ain't no way, dog. No. I'm freaking dying, bro. Let's see. Mega Starmie. No way. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, that was sick, honestly. That was beast. Yeah. Inspired by Patrick Star, for sure, right? Patrick Star with the fishnets. I mean, it's sweet. He's a physical sweeper now. Yeah, 140 attack. 120 speed. What? I have to imagine that Starmie's base attack was not that high. But yeah, Starmie. I was a big Starmie fan before this. I'm not sure how this revelation affects my enjoyment of Starmie. I'm gonna have to defer judgment until a later date. This have to. He certainly has got the people talking, right? Starmie's got the people talking. You can't. Mega Starmie, like Mega Slowbro, right? Not forgettable. You're not going to forget what Mega Starmie looks like. That's for sure. You're going to remember those leggies. Yeah, Dragonite. Yeah, everybody that was complaining about Dragonite need to be quiet. Mega Meganium, I mean, what else do you want, right? It used to have one flower around its neck. Now it's got 4. Great, right? Like, great. It's like more Meganium. It's Meganiified. Feraligatr has a cape. Like, okay. This one is not really making me feel any type of way. If this was my favorite starter and this was its mega, I would be like, it's not a cape, it's a helmet thing. It looks like a cape that forms into a helmet. I don't know. In there, it looks like a cape, but I guess it's not a cape. It's like a, I don't know. Like, I'm okay on him. Yeah, if I were a Feraligatr fan, I would be pretty upset. Skarmory, yeah, he's cool, for sure. He's yellow now, and, like, spikier, right? Let me look at Mega Feraligatr. Sure. Yo, R.I.P. Jesse. R.I.P. Jesse. Let me see what Mega Feraligatr looks like. So he's got a chomper. He just mega evolves and gets the... Oh, I see. He's just literally has a lid, bro. He's just got a lid. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. All right. It's not a cape. It's a lid. He's just got like a helmet or something. He just goes whoop whoop. Yeah. I don't know about all that. That's fine. I'm underwhelmed by Feraligatr. Skarmory, yeah, he's spikier. He's yellow. Yeah, that's cool. Frostlass. Frostlass is okay. It's always hard to tell with the 3D models because you're taking it. The 3D models, as I've said, are just ugly, right? So really, you have to like. I think that this guy, Mega Frostlass. I think Mega Frostlass has potential. Yeah, Mega Frostlass has potential for sure. And here is our GOAT, Mega Emboar. Okay, Mega Emboar is as good as it gets. He's the freaking GOAT, dude. Look at how powerful he looks. Oh, yeah, dude. Freaking beast mode. He's so sick. Yeah, I'm real in the Mega Emboar. I think he is very cool. He's got a stick, dude. He's got a flaming stick. I was already a huge Emboar fan, and this Mega makes me like Emboar even more. Brandishing a blazing flame shaped like a serpentine spear. It rushes in to rescue imperiled allies. That's right, because Emboar is a good friend, folks. That's what we know about Emboar. Emboar is a good friend. Wait, what's going on? Are we in the next round? They're playing a fun game? Oh, they're playing a fun game. I am not locked into that fun game, unfortunately. Yeah. Sorry. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing the next round. No, I got megas to talk about. Peek the shiny Mega Embor. Is it this one? He's blue. Very cool. Yes, he looks lovely. Yo, what's up? Pilots with the raid. Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm just scoping the new megas. So if you're not trying to see the new megas spoiled, then now's your time. Welcome. We've got Gym Leader Challenge League Night happening here at Full Grip Games. And I've just been admiring my boar, man. Love Mega Embor. He's looking awfully handsome. Looks great. Love it. He's like a pallet. He's like a healing guy. Yeah, he's like freaking Gandalf, dude. He's like a cleric. That's the word I'm looking for. He's looking like a cleric. Mr. Mountain Dew with the sub in the 53 months. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you. Mega Excadrill? Yeah, Mega Excadrill is very ugly. The documentary? Yeah, well, there's a whole thing, actually, about the documentary, which I'm not going to get into on today's stream, but there's an episode of the Tag Team podcast that you can watch about it where I talk extensively about it. Hopefully you had an opportunity to watch the documentary because I'm very proud of how it turned out. However, it is no longer on YouTube for reasons. Excadrill. Yeah, he's looking awfully rough, I'm going to be honest. He took the concept of wearing a visor a little bit too seriously. I mean, he's got really big scoops, I guess. What did you guys expect the drill Pokemon to look like? Is kind of what my question is, right? I think if you like Excadrill and you're disappointed by this design, this is just exactly what an Excadrill, like, of course it became a drill. Or you like, how are you not pleased with this, right? It's precisely the situation. Now, Mega Scoliopede, I learned a couple months ago that apparently there are more Scoliopede enjoyers out there than I would have initially guessed. I would have thought that nobody liked Scoliopede, but apparently I was wrong. Apparently there are lots of Scoliopede enjoyers out there. I gotta say, I think Scoliopede, this is a very cool design for Scoliopede, right? I mean, he's basically like a beetle horse, you know? I don't know, why has he got so many legs? Like, you know, why has he got horns? Why does he got a little beak? Like, I don't know, he's kind of weirding me out a little bit, but I like his colors. It's Scolipede. I mean, whatever, dude. Scolipede, he's okay. Scrafty. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Scrafty. That's what's up. He's got the white hood. He's got the white hoodie on now. he literally went Gandalf on us, okay? Yup. Scrafty got a white hoodie. That's pretty cool. Mega Evolution has caused Scrafty's shed skin to turn white, growing tough and supple. Of course, this Pokemon is still as feisty as ever. 135 defense, 135 special defense. Mega Electros. I mean, okay. I guess, right? Like, that's fine. So the hood is made of flesh? Of course it is. Okay. Just like the ribbons. Flesh ribbons, flesh hoodie. Come on now. Oh, he's a battery, plus and minus? Okay, I get it. Chandelure is dope. I think Mega Chandelure looks exactly what I want Mega Chandelure to look like. It's just a bigger chandelier. Right? Just like literally perfect. Did I hear about the eyes? No. What's going on with Chandelure's eyes? Yeah, this is perfect. I'm sure my buddy Alex Holtz is a big Chandelure fan. I am like positive that he's got. You have to be happy when your favorite Pokemon's Mega turns out like this, right? Because you could always be like a Blastoise fan and have your favorite Pokemon's Mega turn out like this, which is embarrassing, okay? It's just embarrassing. That's cool. No, it's not. It's embarrassing. Mega Blastoise is embarrassing. No, bro. No. Blastoise was already perfect. Literally cool. Man. Stupid giant cannon busting out of his shell. It looks stupid. It looks stupid. No, bro. No, stupid. Now this is epic. This looks great. Chestnut. Chestnut wasn't cool before, and this doesn't really change my opinion of Chestnut. Now, Delphox was really cool before and is now even cooler. So, gotta say, Delphox, perfect Mega. If you're a Delphox fan, yeah, that's cool. Yep, it's got more sticks. That's nice. Robe looks great. Greninja. He's upside down now. You can't like Emboar and not like Chestnut? Yes, I can. Watch me. Emboar is perfect. Chestnut is ugly. There. What do you want me to say? This is a terrible Mega design. Not going to lie. Pyroar is... All right, we've got a poll. We had 4 people vote embarrassing, 2 people vote cool. That's right. Mega Blastoise. Certified embarrassing. The people have spoke. Floette? Is this a Mega Floette? Like, what is going on here? Why? You know. Malamar? Yeah. Mega Malamar is great. Mega Malamar looks perfect. The colors look great. It's got like a huge brain. Barbaracle, but is it not perfect though for a Mega Barbaracle? Like, of course it's perfect. It's a perfect Mega Barbaracle. Look, and his head is giving the horns, bro. Do you see? His head is his head, it's what his face is doing. His face is giving the devil horns like that. Do you see? Boom. I mean, it's fine. Right? Like as a Dragalgi, a Dragalgi or whatever. Dragalgi. Okay, anyways, moving on. Halucha, perfect. This is what the perfect Mega looks like. Right here. Halucha, me boy. Zygarde. Did I need a Mega Zygarde in my life? No. Does it need to have a giant, I don't know, like stick? Probably not. Like, like what's going on here? It's a giant cannon. If you say so, like, I guess. Drampa is cool. All right, I like Drampa's description. One of its eyes is a window linking our world with the afterlife. This Pokemon draws in hatred and converts it to power. That's crazy. It wields flaming branches to dazzle its opponents before incinerating them with a huge fireball. In response to people's emotions during an unprecedented crisis, Zygarde Mega evolves and calms the situation with its unmatched power. It's a lot of HP. Drampa's cells have been invigorated. God, I wish that were me. Allowing it to regain its youth. God, I wish that were me. It manipulates the atmosphere to summon storms. That's cool. 36 speed. Got to put him on my Trick Room team. Mega Phalanx. Just kidding. I don't have a Trick Room team. Mega Phalanx. People love Phalanx. They love Phalanx. And I imagine that if you are like one of those people who loves Phalanx, then you probably love this Mega as well. I feel like it probably is serving you exactly what you want out of your Phalanx fandom. All right. In terms of upcoming TCG sets, these new Mega Evolutions will obviously be the starring Pokemon. We've already confirmed our January 23rd set, which is likely Storm Emeralda, will feature Zygarde. It will obviously be Mega Complete Zygarde EX, which plays a pivotal role in the game. Okay. Right. Zygarde whips out his cannon and I don't know, blasts the worlds to smithereens. Okay. Ninja Spinner will obviously be headlined by Mega Greninja EX. Previously, it was a mystery what Abyss Eye could be referring to. Oh, next round's up. Let's go, baby. All right, round number 2 is underway here at Full Grip Games GLC League. Enough chit-chatting. Round number 2 is upon us. It looks like we have got, I think, JD versus Ben Peacock. That's what it looks like to me. Yes, we do. We have got JD on the rights with his grass deck against Ben Peacock with Psychic. Let's go, folks. I'm going to get this overlay updated real quick. Let's go. JD playing first. He's got the Grass Boys, Spinnerack. What kind of spice are we going to see here? It looks like Ben Peacock's got Battle VIP Pass in his hands, so potential explosive start. Ooh, this is we're looking at something kind of nefarious. I see Venonat, Venomoth. Oh man, things could be getting kind of crazy out here. Ben Peacock opens the one of Battle VIP Pass. It's about as good as it gets. The one of Battle VIP Pass. I don't even know what kind of Spinneracks we could be looking at, or what kind of Ariados. It's got to be the Ariados that poisons. That has to be the one. Poisonous Nest. That's the best Ariados. That or your opponent's active big net active evolution Pokemon costs 1 more to retreat. No, that's got to be bad. It's got to be the Poisonous Nest one, I think. Ben Peacock going for Iron Boulder. Yeah, there is an Ariados that increases retreat cost only on evolution Pokemon, though. So that could be it. And then in the active, we've got the Tropius that has like a revenge attack. Full Art Cynthia and Caitlin played from Ben Peacock this turn. And has got Town Map to reveal those prize cards for the rest of the game. Ultra Ball, Mysterious Treasure, Versus Seeker. Ben's going to be able to get an energy down this turn, so that's good. Natu is prized, unfortunately. So won't be able to set up Xatu, which would be good for drawing some extra cards next turn, maybe accelerating an extra energy into play. That Iron Boulder, always intimidating though, with the potential to crank out 170 damage with its adjusted horn on turn 2. Now we see the Mystery Energy going straight onto Iron Boulder so that Ben can threaten that adjusted horn next turn. Let's see what JD has got in his deck. Oh yeah, there's poison stuff. And here is the Ariados. Oh baby. Ariados, crazy. It's got the Poisonous Nest ability. Once during your turn, you may use this ability. Both active Pokemon are now poisoned, except for grass Pokemon. And then the Tropius, like I said, I think it has like a revenge style attack. Tropius has got Rally Back. Yeah, 30 plus 90 more if a Pokemon was knocked out last turn. So with Poison and Rally Back, that's just going to be 4 damage counters on the Mr. Mime. And Ben Peacock gets a fresh hand thanks to the Marnie from JD. Does find an Iono. Can't play the Hisuian Heavy Ball out of his hand because his prizes are already flipped over. And Hisuian Heavy Ball requires that you look at your face down prize cards. And Ben just decides to pass instead of playing the Iono. It's kind of interesting. Would have expected Ben to play Iono there. Maybe doesn't want to give JD a fresh hand of 6. But still, I mean, you don't know. JD could just have like a Lily's Determination in hand for all you know, right? And just go to 8. So it does seem like quite conservative there from Ben. JD will have an opportunity to take the first knockout of the game with the Tropius Rally Back for the knockouts. And JD finds Clara off the prizes, has teammates in hand. And here comes Ben Peacock with Iron Boulder. I think that's also a Tulip in his hand, maybe. And is just going to actually swing. Okay. And get the Natu. Just instead of playing Iono, just going to keep the matching hand size and take the knockout with Boulder, tying it up at 5-5. And this Venomoth going to make things pretty tough for Ben. The Venomoth has the perplexing... No? Am I looking at the wrong... Oh my goodness, I am looking at the wrong one. Never mind. Excuse me. Apparently there are 2 different Venomoths that, might be worth playing. I, of course, assumed that it was going to be the Venomoth that confuses and item locks. But no, it looks like JD actually has the Assassin Flight Venomoth in his deck, which you can only use if one of your opponents... You can only use if your opponent's active Pokemon is affected by a special condition. Here it is. Assassin Flight. And it does 90 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And Mr. Mime just got knocked out. That's pretty funny, dude. So Assassin Flight is going to be able to knock out Ralts on the bench, I think. Right? It's kind of spicy. And then JD also has the Galvantula on the bench. The Galvantula. Not going to be doing a whole lot to the Boulder, honestly. The Galvantula is not. It takes 2 energy. Yeah, I mean, JD's board is not looking incredible right now, especially since this Venomoth is not really doing anything to slow down the Boulder. Will take a prize, but JD needs more. And probably needs a way to, like, get an energy drop down on a bench Pokemon, right? Because like right now, like yeah, he's taking the prize, but his Venomoth is about to get knocked out by this Boulder because Ben can just play the Iono and then have both. And then so long as Ben finds one playable card after the Iono, we'll be able to match hand sizes, right? I think maybe JD was thinking like, okay, maybe I can keep my hand so big that Ben can't hand match me. Maybe that was his thought, but obviously cards like Marnie, Iono, and are all cards that see play in Gym Leader Challenge, so not going to be too tough for Ben to match hand sizes this turn. Pretty neat play from the Venomoth, though. 1 energy, 90 damage. Here's the Iono. Ben Peacock just needs to find 1 playable card off of these next 5 in order to take the knockout with Iron Boulder. Energy will do it, and there is an energy, so it is guaranteed. Night Stretcher to get the Ralts back. Yep, that's the 1 card that Ben can play. And then 4/4 hand size. But Psychic Recharge first from the Malamar. And Iron Boulder are going to take a big knockout with Adjusted Horn. I do worry that JD is kind of too far behind the 8 ball here. There's Badoo. JD does have a pretty good hand off of this Iono. See a Lily's Determination, Scoop Up Nets, Badoo. I mean, at the very least, could item lock this turn. Level Ball can go get Roselia. Yeah, Scoop Up Net to move the Badoo into the active spot. You certainly like to see that. And then Lily's Determination for 8. So the Badoo will make it so that 10 more damage is placed on the Iron Boulder. Ben won't be able to play item cards from his hand, so could hypothetically have a difficult time matching hand sizes if he's item locked, right? So like maybe Ben does not actually find a way to knock out this Badoo under item lock. It's obviously much easier for Ben to match hand sizes with the use of his items. Something that JD could do here is kind of just hold these 6 cards, or even holding 5, because Ben has 4 in hand right now, right? No, it is 5, so like that is a little weird, right? It's tough. You kind of want to like keep more cards than Ben has, I guess, because now Ben only has to have 1 playable card out of his hand in order to match hand sizes. But I suppose if JD, decided to hold, the Fungus last turn, then it's still, Ben could just draw for turn and then like swing, would still get the knockouts. So looks like the hand match kind of unavoidable. JD does have Roserade in hand, so we'll be able to Roserade Le Parfum this next turn to go search his deck for whatever he wants. Certainly may help him to find an answer to this Boulder, which is getting out of hand. Also has Raihan. I mean, so lots of power cards in the hand. Ben goes and finds U-Turn Board and Evo Incense off the Arven. Can't play the Evo Incense yet. but can bench Natu and take another knockout with Adjusted Horn. Going to 3 prizes remaining. And let's see, what is JD's master plan? Down a prize now. It's going to be Fungus getting the promote. What in the world? And Crispin off the top. What in the world does Amoongus even do? Oh, there's an Amoongus that does, if your opponent's active Pokemon is affected by a special condition, it does 120 more. It's 150 damage for 1. I mean, okay, right? Sure. So it's looking like Raihan is going to get that energy onto the Fungus. If you go and get, looks like JD's looking at maybe the Stadium Turf Field, could get multiple uses out of that. I'm hoping that the Amoongus is not prized, that JD had checked that. I think I saw it in there. There it is. And the Amoongus will be able to actually take a knockout on this Iron Boulder, which is kind of crazy. This was not the grass deck I was expecting to see today. The Ariados Poison Nest Special. And there he is, Amoongus. Hit the board. We've also got Galvantula on the bench. All right, Amoongus's dangerous reaction. I mean, it is 150 for 1. That's not bad. And then with poison, that's essentially 160 damage. For just 1 energy, it's pretty good. And then Ben will have to cook up an attacker. And there we go. Dangerous reaction. Unfortunate thing about that turn, though, is that Ben was not, or JD did not get an additional energy into play. That's my biggest concern, right? On the turn that you're using Raihan to accelerate that energy, you really want to get 2 energy attached that turn, right? And I think JD may have had that grass in hand. I'm not sure. Maybe he just drew that off the prizes. I have to imagine that he did, or else the grass energy for sure would have gone on to the Galvantula. Well, Ben has got Evolution Incense, which he can play now. No longer item locked. Going to go get Corellia out of the deck, which can use Refinement. Discard a card from the hand. Draw 2. Does have parallel to counter this Turffield Stadium. Also limit JD's bench. Then finds Buddy Buddy Poffin, Hex Maniac. Of course, wants to answer this Amoongus, though, is the big thing. And in order to do that, Fog Crystal is going to be a big help. I see there's Ultra Ball already in the hand also. So Ben just needs to be able to go get a Pokemon to take the knockout, right? Has both Malamar and Xatu in play, and it looks like Necrozma is getting the call. And then Ben can use Psychic Recharge, charge a Psychic Energy from the discard pile onto Necrozma. Has the Recycle Energy to attach from hands. And then Ultra Ball, discard Buddy Buddy Poffin, one other card from the hands, either Hex or Parallel. Looks like Parallel is going to be the choice. Can go get Xatu. And then Xatu can use its Clairvoyant Sense ability to accelerate another energy into play. And allow Ben to draw 2 cards. So with all of that, Ben will be able to power up this Necrozma in just a single turn. And Special Laser will do 160 damage, taking out JD's Amoonguss. But I did realize, okay, JD does have Crispin in hand and Galvantula on the bench. So it's, JD... Wait, with the Hex? Was there a supporter plate already? I guess not. So we'll take the knockouts. A pretty nasty turn from Ben Peacock there. JD does have Crispin in hand. So if JD does have a Lightning and a Grass in deck, can get both of those energy out of the deck, attach them to the Galvantula. It looks like that's what we are going to see. And this Galvantula, I think, swings for exactly 130 damage. With the Shocking Web. That's right, it's 130 damage. But, again, Ben has got a much more stable board than JD right now. JD's got no backup attackers. Both players had 2 prize cards left, but Ben has got the benefit of all of these support Pokemon on the bench. Kirlia, which draws cards, can evolve into Gallade. Gallade, also a very good attacker with the Swirling Slice. So we could see Ben Peacock go for a Swirly this turn. There's also Xatu and Malamar online, with both Xatu and Malamar. I mean, Ben can accelerate 2 energy into play, one from hand with Xatu, one from discard pile with Malamar, and then also attach one from the hand. So with this kind of dream board setup, Ben is unencumbered by the 1 energy per turn rule that JD is having to operate under. Ben can get 3 energy into play because he's playing all of these energy accelerators. And we see Xatu using Clairvoyant Sense to get that extra energy onto Iron Boulder. Psychic Recharge, putting an extra energy onto Kirlia. An attachment from hand to Boulder. And Mew. I mean, just look at all of this support. Mew can use its Mysterious Tail ability. Look at the top 6 cards. Choose an item there to put into the hand. Professor's Letter. And now all Ben has to do is hand match. And Boulder will be coming in for another 170 damage. And you can see the different strategies between Ben and JD. Ben is kind of going what has been going with what has become a very typical strategy in Gym Leader Challenge is that you use your evolution Pokemon as support, and then you attack with only basic Pokemon, because a lot of the best attackers in Gym Leader Challenge format are all basic Pokemon now. And that's just because of the nature of the way that the Pokemon Company is printing cards. Like Iron Boulder, for instance, can do 170 damage for 2 energy. Ogie Dogie can do 170 damage for just 2 energy. A lot of big basic Pokemon can do a huge amount of damage for 2 or 3 energy. So they end up being the Pokemon that get recycled over and over again to attack, while you support your board with evolutions. And when you build your deck that way, it makes it very easy to string attackers, because you don't have to evolve up your attackers every turn. Whereas JD is going with more of a strategy where all of his attackers are evolved Pokemon. So in this situation right here, like JD's got 2 support Pokemon in play, but they're not really helping him to string attackers. The Roserade is really powerful as like a one-off ability. The Ariados can poison, obviously, which can be neat combined with some of the other stuff that JD is doing with his deck. But at this point, Ben's just got 1 prize left, and JD would have to whip up a miracle in order to be able to respond. And I just don't know that it's possible. Ordinary Rock can chuck 2 Pokemon and 2 basic energy back into the deck. Does have Escape Rope and Netball, so could like go for an item lock stall line with Badoo, as we see him using Ordinary Rod to put Badoo back into the deck. JD is a big fan of the Cherim Grass deck. It is one of his favorites. Now, JD does get Badoo and the Tropius back out with Netball and Nestball. And we'll see where he goes from here. If he escape ropes, I would imagine Ben promoting probably Xatu. Xatu only has a single retreat cost. Also, yeah, it's got to be Xatu, right? You could send up Kirlia just because you don't really care. Like, what is JD really doing to a Kirlia with this board state? I mean, kind of a lot has been revealed already. So, I mean, I expect Ben to promote Xatu, but Kirlia is also fine. Malamar is like the wrong choice. And it is the Xatu, the safe play. And especially since Ben has U-turn board in hand, then Xatu is just kind of the correct promote there. And then JD just going to item lock. Leave himself with just a couple cards in hand. And actually, Kirlia can take the game-winning knockout with a slap for 30 damage. And Ben Peacock is your round number 2 victor with the Psychic deck. JD deviating from his favorite fastest grass in the West grass deck, which he is kind of become well known for, as he is one of that grass deck's bravest soldiers. I think if we pull up Ben Morse's websites, we'll probably find it, as I think he used it to win a badge last year. Ben moving on to 2-0 GLC League nights. Let's go. Let's see. So if we go to Season 1, Season 2 badge board. There we go. Mowed down the competition with the fastest grass in the West. There we go. This is JD's. The grass deck that I usually see JD play has got the Cherim Eldegoss package in it, right? And then you kind of just play it with any other attackers that you like. JD's a fan of Scovillain. I'm not so into the whole Scovillain thing. I think that Scovillain's kind of silly. Again, the more he does 180 for 3. I mean, 180 for 3 is not bad, but again, he's a stage 1 Pokemon. Having to evolve your attackers is kind of cringe, right? But now you could build a deck like this that played Meganium instead of Scovillain. And you could play Zarude, Tapu Bulu, and Meganium. Just basically take out Capscavid, Scovillain, and Tropius. Put Meganium in there. And with Meganium and Cherim, and Forest of Giant Plants too, get some crazy stuff going, right? Tapu Bulu does a ton of damage. He does Wood Hammer for like 220. Does Force fit in? Oh, you betcha. You betcha it does. Yeah. I would imagine, of course you play Forest of Vitality. And you've got the Grotto, the Torterra, the Eldegoss Cherim combo is pretty cool. Get all your guys out of the deck. You got Ball Guy Galadian. Meganium, right. Meganium's not a total waste of space. Yeah, it's true. On your board, right? Because Solar Beam just does 140. Like 160 hit point guy that just does 140 is pretty good, right? Superior energy retrieval. You could, yeah, I don't feel like with Meganium that you need it to be superior energy retrieval. I would kind of rather see Clara in that spot instead. Because you got Revitalizer, you got Super Rod. I think like Clara there. Because you could Verse Seeker for the Clara too. Could be quite good. Just to bring back like... Because with Clara, you could bring back like a Bulu and 2 energy all at once, right? And just go bop. So you won't have to find a combo of things to bring a guy back. It's just Clara, which I kind of like. I'm really into... I've been getting more into Clara lately. Training Court's always a good card. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Training Court. I'm not into the Energy Pouch, but I think that a card like Wishful Baton could be cool. Apparently, Natalie went through and did a huge update to GymLeaderChallenge.com. She updated like all of the decks. So... huge thank you to Natalie for doing that. Look at that. We got Meganium support Pokemon. Oh, yeah. You got Mega Boom. Double Hit Grass. Egglock. Turbo Snail. Oh, yeah. I'm going to make my own version of fastest deck in the West. Let's go to Limitless. Deck builder. Let's go. Meganium. Boom. Bayleaf. The best Bayleaf, I think, is this 90 hit point one. Yes. And then you play Chikorita. Yo, whomst is this? Dude. What's up with the broken Chikorita? When do we get this thing? This thing is fire. The new Genesect in the next set's going to make this deck hit. Yeah, the new Genesect is crazy for sure. This thing flipped to get an item card, 70 hit points. Yo, I appreciate that sub, Dave. Nice to have you back. Is it 2 retreat? Ah, it's 2 retreat. He's fat. No. Sometimes we all need a 7-month. Sometimes we all need a 7-month hiatus, 6-month hiatus. Yeah, all right. So you're gonna play this Chikorita. It's the best one. And then you got Cherim. Of course. Cherubi. What's the best Cherubi? Oh, all effects of attacks. That doesn't really matter. I feel like the 50 hit points is probably just better. Like, what effect of an attack are we really... I guess, what, it can't be picked off by, like, Sableye? Or, like... Yeah, you're probably just going with the 50 hit points. Yeah, pick your favorite flavor of... Oh, we're definitely going with the knit guy. Yeah, it's got to be the knit fellow. He's the one. God, the Kamiya art is so cool. Oh, sweet. All right, Eldegoss. Got to be cotton lifting up here. And the Gossy floor. It's got to be the Call for Family Gossy. Yeah, that's crazy. Tapu Boo Boo. I feel like I want Badoo in this deck. I feel like it's incorrect not to play Badoo. Z-Money. And then you got the whole Torterra thing. Yeah, you're going to want to put Torterra in there. Full Throttle Grottle. And then Turnt Twig. Photosynthesis. And then you got to play Roserade. Dude, I heard Roserade just keeps getting more expensive. $27. Yee-hee. Should have bought your Roserade 4 years ago. Optimal Roselia right here? I think so. 15. Well, we got the Meganium. Let's take a look at JD's list here. What else he got going on? Boo Boo, Roserade, Eldegoss, Cherim. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And then we're going to play Lily. Lily's Determination, obviously. Guzma, obviously. Dave, you gotta play Roserade. Come on, Dave. Come on. You gotta play all the balls. Do you have to play Shaman now? I guess. Do you have the bench space for a card like Shaman? You know, you could play Shaman. Do you have the bench space for it? You got it. Roserade is so good. Why wouldn't you play it? Gets anything you want out of the deck. Gotta play Roserade. It's so good. All right, Force of Vitality. All right, chat. We're coming back. We're going to circle back to this because we got round number 3 up. All right. Fighting. Oh, Natalie got me excited. I thought it was fire. It's fighting. All right. Oh, my God. Natalie is putting Hunter on stream with Lost Zone. Oh, my. I'm so mad right now, dude. Hunter is about to waste 40 minutes of my time again with his Lost Zone deck. Hunter has probably played on stream with his Lost Zone deck a dozen times. He has not won a single game with it. Not one time. Will today be the day? What do you think, chat? Will today be the day? Today is the greatest day I've ever known. What's that Genesect do? The Genesect does like... Choose one of your opponent's Pokemon. This attack does 20 damage to it for each grass energy to test this Pokemon. Oh my gosh. Then with Meganium. Holy cow. That's 40 damage for each energy attached. So it's 120 snipe for 3. It's pretty good. It's not bad. Yeah. 80 snipe for 2. If Meganium's out. It's all if. That's if Meganium's out, though. But I like it. I'm going to start. I'm in a position again where I have to rebuild all my GLC decks because they're all just like missing like... I have once again gotten myself into a position where all my GLC decks are missing like 10 cards. Just like not where I want to be in life. But you've all been there. I know you have. You get excited about building Gym Leader Challenge decks, and then all of a sudden, all your decks are cooked. I don't know how it keeps happening. Sometimes I have all of my decks neatly put together, And then sometimes they're all missing 10 cards. Round number 3 is underway. We've got Hunter on the left and Thad Wayand on the right. Fighting versus Psychic classic matchup. Hunter, we'll have to see what kind of Psychic deck he has brought to the table. He is, as of late, been a fan of his Lost Zone Psychic deck. But maybe this is a different version. Ooh, it looks like maybe Hunter is playing the Garbodor Psychic deck. So, very cool. I'm a big fan of the Garbodor Psychic deck. It is my favorite way to play Psychic right now. And it looks like Hunter is going to be giving it a spin. This is the deck that Jesse Parker finished second place at the Full Grip Games Mega Evolution 3K with. And it's got some very strong features, make it a very tough deck to play against. Obviously, the Iron Boulder kind of your star attacker. In almost any matchup, being able to do 170 damage for 2 energy is just obscene. Now, Psychic should have a decent time against fighting. I mean, should. Because it hits Okie Dokie for weakness. A lot of Psychic Pokemon resist fighting. But I think that it's possible that many of the Psychic builds need to be updated to deal with fighting's new strengths, because fighting has been getting the better of Psychic in the last couple weeks here since it has gained the Solrock and Lunatone from Mega Evolution. This Marshadow has also been wreaking havoc, becoming invincible when it takes knockouts. It looks like Thad is using Brooklet Hills, got U-turn board, strong energy, and it's just going to be going in with the turn 1 Tinglu. Turn 1 Tinglu, baby. Just go in and start swinging. And this is one of the things that makes the fighting deck so difficult to play against, is that the Tinglu can just pressure you via its spread damage, the Ground Crasher attack, and then it's possible for Marshadow to just kind of sweep up everything else, making itself invincible in the process. Got an Air Balloon and a Retreat. Ooh, and Hunter just has to pass. I think retreating into the Iron Boulder, because stopping abilities isn't really mattering right now, but Iron Boulder does take damage when it is on the bench, because if we take a look at Tinglu, right, the Ground Crasher attack doesn't apply weakness and resistance for benched Pokemon. So hits through Iron Boulder's fighting resistance while Iron Boulder is on the bench. So Hunter choosing to put that Boulder into the active spot so that its resistance will be activated. And Thad does have another Stadium in hand, so we'll be able to clean up the not to on the bench while also putting that Wobbuffets within 30 damage of getting knocked out. Hunter desperately needs to find a bench barrier Pokemon if he is playing one. And Blood Moon Ursaluna is also a good option to be able to clean up Pokemon with damage counters on them. Looks like Colress's Tenacity. Gonna go get Unit Energy and a Training Quartz. Training Court, Energy to Marshadow, and see, this is what's so dangerous. Natu gets knocked out. Pokegear off the top finds Cynthia and Caitlin, which can draw a few cards, get a supporter back from the discard pile in the process. Now, Thad's, board state is not impeccable. It's really just Ting Lu. If Hunter can start firing off attacks with Iron Boulder, Hunter should be able to stabilize. I don't know why Hunter is discarding this Necrozma. That seems like a really bad idea. Like, Mewtwo surely is the better discard, because... All right. Nest Ball, Buddy Buddy. I mean, we've got lots of basic searches there, but I don't think... Ooh, actually might be able to get an attack if he's got the energy in hand. And he does. Okay, so are we hand matched now? I think may have to hold all of these cards. And there we go. Big knockout from Iron Boulder. Going to put the pressure on Thad to cook up an answer this turn. I think Thad does have Escape Rope and Marshadow, so can bring up the Wobbuffet and buy himself exactly one more turn, right? Escape Rope pushes up the Wobbuffet. Marshadow becomes invincible when it takes this knockout with its shadowy sidekick attack. And now Hunter is free to kind of set up Buddy Buddy Poffin. Thad's got 6 cards in hand, but it doesn't really matter because the shadowy sidekick attack makes it so that all damage from and effects of attacks are prevented this next turn. It's like Buddy Buddy's just going to get a single Inkay, Mewtwo coming down, Nest Ball. I see a Mystery Energy in Hunter's hand. I feel like, Thad didn't play any supporter cards this last turn, so, Hunter has Marnie in hand. You kind of have to think about that, though, right? It seems like if you're Hunter, you probably just play... Now, there's the Bench Barrier Mew. That's good. You probably just play the Marnie. At this point, Thad could just be sitting on a boss's orders, right? Or a Guzma. So, like, a 6-card hand, Thad didn't need to play Boss or Guzma last turn. Maybe he does have just Boss, right? So, I think at a certain point you just say, like, all right, 4 is less than 6. You just play it. Even though Thad didn't do much, like, it's not like Thad is going to be able to make, like, back-breaking plays with 4-card hand, I don't think. And taking a look at Thad's hand, it's not looking great, right? We got 2 bench Pokemon, and that's it, right? Even with the Muscle Band in Thad's hand, that Shadowy Sidekick's only doing 80. 80 minus 30. It's not going to be enough to knock out that boulder. No, still a little bit short. I mean, Thad really kind of was able to jet out into the lead with that Ting Lu, but didn't really have the cards to back that Ting Lu up. So once Hunter started swinging with this Iron Boulder, things just really started to get out of hand. All right, Thad's going to go get Terrakion. Put it onto the bench. And then you just swing for 30? Or do you retreat? Swinging for 30 feels really bad. I mean, like, so bad, right? I mean, I don't know that there's a single card. Yeah, Muscle. All right, you know what's swinging for 50 feels slightly less bad. 0 card hand, though, right? So that's the thing. Like, Thad goes to a 0 card hand and basically is saying, I bet you can't hand match this. So in order for Iron Boulder to attack for knockout, Hunter would also need to go to a 0 card hand or play a card to increase Thad's hand size. Which, if you're Thad, that's just like a win-win, right? Second energy on a Mewtwo is definitely scary. If you're Thad. And N, yeah, so Thad's like, all right, that's fine. Thad is going to get a fresh set of 4 cards. Now, Hunter did attach an energy for turn. That makes me a little bit nervous because what if Hunter draws into a hand and doesn't have a single playable card in it? You know, energy are playable unless you've played one for turn already. Does find the stadium. So it's good to go there. And this Marshadow is a goner. But you could see, I mean, if Hunter missed this knockout, then, I mean, the Marshadow becomes invincible again. I mean, things just get kind of hectic. Wait, why is Hunter still playing cards? What is he doing? Hunter, what are you doing? Why did you do that? I'm so mad, Hunter. Here is Hunter in real time realizing you played parallel, you played town map, you played the cards, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Oh, no, dude. No, you screwed up, Hunter. You screwed up, bro. All right. Now we're going mysterious. Okay, that's fine. Man. Man. Now this Marshadow has an opportunity to go invincible again. No, obviously, like you're using N. Your opponent's got 4 prizes, you got 5. You got to play exactly one card. Do not pass with that boulder. Oh my god, dude. You're going to let the thing go invincible again? Oh my god. Oh my. I can't, dude. No. It's all bad. It's all bad. Silent Lab, Tinglu, Night Stretcher. Oh yeah, and the Marshadow lives. It's crazy. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it, man. Hey, just take the knockout, go invincible again, dude. Yeah, like, why the heck not? All right. Oh, I got a psychic recharge. On to the Mewtwo. Mewtwo is here now. But the Mewtwo cannot damage the Marshadow because it is invincible, because Hunter played too many cards out of his hand after an N so that he could not hand match and knock out the Marshadow. It was a layup knockout. And now Thad has Guzma. Oh my god, dude. Has Guzma. And now Thad is going to get to go invincible with the Marshadow again. Oh, I don't think he has a free retreater, so actually cannot. So close though, really. I mean, if Thad had just attached the, I actually think it might have been better for Thad to attach one of those energies to the Marshadow or to the Soul Rock so that you could like Guzma and retreat it. So, because you could Guzma up the Mimikyu and knock it out. Or the Mew, right, from Unbroken Bonds, whichever. And now Hunter is stuck doing nothing with a Malamar in the active spot. Thad's got Hisuian Heavy Ball to go get and then Karina from Thad. If Hunter loses this game, it's going to be one of the greatest throws that I have seen in all of my time casting Gym Leader Challenge. Just one of the most epic throws. All right, Karina gets the Fighting Energy and the Knackley. And Thad's going to be able to go to 2 prizes remaining while also drawing cards with Soul Rock and Lunatown. Got Lunatone, Lunar Cycle, Energy Retrieval, and now Thad is cooking, right? Hunter had Thad with his back up against the wall, just dead in the water, ready to mount a comeback. And then Hunter decided not to knock out Marshadow on a key turn. And Thad has been able to turn that inch that Hunter gave him into a yard. I mean, into a mile, really. Hunter at 5 prizes to Thad's 2. Thad has got a board full of energy. I think Guzmaning up the Terrakion feels kind of rough here because the Marshadow is just so dangerous. But I guess the Terrakion was the immediate threatening card to Mewtwo. So you do kind of want to take that out. Hunter's got 4 prizes left still. And really, I mean, Thad has got some time on his hands. So doesn't have to stress too much. Ultra Balling for Garganackle. Knackley going down. Energy on Solrock, and Solrock can just swing for 70. And then you put Marshadow in a position where it can clean up Mewtwo and then clean up anything on the board, right? So, very scary. Hunter's still just in a really bad spot, I would say. Arvin would probably have to find Luxurious Cape, which I do see. Luxurious Cape would give this Mewtwo more HP, enough HP to not get KO'd by Marshadow. It looks like Arvin's going to grab Luxurious Cape and Rescue Stretcher. Lux Cape on the Mewtwo does make it so it gives up 2 prizes, but Hunter knows now, cannot afford to let the Mewtwo die at all to this Marshadow, or else it's going to be lights out. Now, Thad's only got 2 cards in hand, but if he can get that Garganackle online, Garganackle could accelerate an extra energy into play, and then maybe you're attacking with Sudowoodo. I mean, Sudowoodo would be quite good, would win the game. If Thad can power up Sudowoodo, he just wins on the spot. Copy that attack for 180 damage. And I think literally Thad's hand is Rare Candy Garganackle. So if this is an energy off the top, Thad wins. And it's Tag Call. So the Marshadow cannot take this knockout because of the Luxurious Cape. It is a little short. And Thad can. The thing is, though, yeah, use Tag Call. Let's see, what's in the deck? Cynthia and Caitlyn. And you can just play Cynthia and Caitlyn. You don't have to use the draw effect of Cynthia and Caitlyn. You can just play Cynthia and Caitlyn to get a supporter from your discard pile into your hand. Thad doesn't have an additional card in hand to use the discard draw effect. So my hope would be that Thad just uses Cynthia and Caitlin to go get like Guzma or something. Actually, okay, Thad does have 2 prizes left to take, right? So if you hit this, I still think, yes, I still think that I think getting Guzma is correct. So use Cynthia and Caitlin, go get Guzma, use Marshadow to hit the Mewtwo, and then charge an energy onto Sudowoodo. Yeah. I would have liked to see Thad use the Cynthia and Caitlin for Guzma, I think. If Guzma is in the discard pile. I think it is. But maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Yeah. All right. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. But you retreat into Mimikyu, Copycat, and make yourself invincible. All right. Thad actually threw by attacking into this thing, right? Because, yeah, now Hunter's got, and hopefully Hunter sees that he needs to use Mimikyu to Copycat the Marshadow. Hopefully, because that's what you have to do. Use Copycat. Use Copycat, copy the Marshadow, and then your Mimikyu goes invincible for a turn, right? Hunter has to see that play. You have to see that play, right? You have to. Please, Hunter. Redeem. This is your chance, Hunter. I'm not going to say that you're redeeming yourself for everything, but like you'll redeem quite a bit. All right. Hunter's redemption arc begins now, folks. Copycat will copy Marshadow. Knocking it out. And making it so Mimikyu is invincible. Hunter's got Night Stretcher for Natu, Research in hand for next turn. And now tie ball game. All right, this game is getting spicy, folks. Dare I say Hunter's misplay made for some great content. All right, Ting Lewis coming up into the active spots. Keep in mind that Silent Lab is already down. Yo, Brady, my goat, in the Twitch chat with the sub and the 75 months. I hope you're doing well, Brady. I appreciate it, dude. I've been thinking about you, man. Sometimes you show up on my little iPhone widget in like the pictures. I've been thinking about you, Brady. Hope you're doing well out there over in Cincinnati land. And Pokegear. Let's see, does Thad have a supporter there? Yes, Iono is a choice. Not a lot to speak of in the hand, so Iono's not going to necessarily make the hand better, right? You're trading 2 cards for 2 different cards. And with Hunter's Mew from Mew promo, I should say, not Mew from Unbroken Bonds. It is the Mew from Unbroken Bonds, but this is the promo variant of Mew from Unbroken Bonds. All right, energy to Sudowoodo. Iono, both players going to 2, potentially. And there we go. Hunter did have a research in the hand, so going to 2 could deal some damage. Ooh, and then Hunter's got Town Store. Could lift up the Luxurious Cape and knock out his own Mewtwo, which is kind of like funny. I don't know that you would want to do that. Right? Well, Thad's got just 2 cards in hand. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Iono is just the smartest play, yeah. But also, the Mewtwo cannot attack, or Thad will just copy it, right? Do you just filch here? Because Thad isn't doing much, right? Like, Thad, like, Ground Crasher for 30, it's not much. The Mewtwo being on board is a problem. You would like to parallel it off your own board if you could. So if Hunter finds Parallel City, I mean, he could bump his own Mewtwo. Which would be game-changing for sure. This feels like a filch angle. That or you retreat into Mewtwo and, like, you could use Psy Pump and try to power some up. But you really got to be aware of that Garganackle. The Garganackle can just charge energy into play. So you really don't want to put the Mewtwo in the active spot. Because you could power up the Tinglu could do 110. Its second attack does 110. This is my least favorite play of Hunter's options. Is attaching the energy. Like, at the very least, you should be that energy should go to Boulder. Horrible play from Hunter. Got it. Absolutely horrendous. Worst thing Hunter could have possibly done here. Horrible. The psychic energy should go to Mewtwo, or not to Mewtwo, to Boulder, and then you should just filch and draw 2 more cards. I don't know what he was thinking, honestly. All right, so Thad goes and gets the Guzma with the Cynthia and Caitlyn. That's what I said. Thad should have done that a turn ago. Hopefully Hunter got that bad play out of his system and is ready to do something civilized like filch. But Guzma is in the hand. That's the problem. So the end is, like, starting to become inevitable. So, like, this is why Hunter absolutely needed to attach to the Boulder last turn and needed to filch so that he could be answering the Tinglu, right? He has to answer the Tinglu. And now he's using filch, and now he loses because with Guzma and Tinglu, this game is over, dude. And you just Guzma and you knock out the Lux Cape Mewtwo. And that's it, right? It's got 150 damage on it. It's got 230 hit points, but with 110, that's game. Premium Power Pro, game over. And Hunter loses. And this is why, I mean, he just... Man, oh man, Hunter. Man. There were some things that happened in that game that should not have happened. But you know what? That's why you got to sit down and play, folks. Thad outplayed his opponent and walked away with the dub. You know, the good plays are not guaranteed. You got to actually sit down and make them. It's another tough one for Hunter on the stream table, but that's okay. Hunter fans, stay strong. If I'm Hunter there, I ain't watching that stream game back. No way. When I play like crap on stream, never watch it back, dude. Never watch your bad stream games. Don't even watch them back. There's nothing to learn there. Nothing to learn. Only thing that can happen is psychic damage. It's not worth it. Those are the ones you just short-term memory, you know, just put her in the rear view mirror and we move on. Thad able to scrape out the dub after, man, Thad's board was looking horrendous there for a minute. I mean, really, Hunter should have just boulder swept at that point in the middle of the game. That's what it was getting down to. Let's work on this grass deck. Okay. Forest of Vitality. Turf Field. Oh, yeah. Turf Field going in. See, what else we got? Letter. Oh, I got to put the balls in. Level ball. Nest ball. Heavy ball. Net ball. Ultra ball. Add the new Tang growth. Sheesh. I mean, he do be doing 260 damage. But I don't like attacking with Pokemon that evolve. The attackers, they should be basics. Like, you could just get there with Zarude, right? Well, because you need to be able to knock out a whale, right? So Zarude with 3 energies doing 180 damage. With 4 energy, with assuming you've got Meganium up, right? So with 4 energy, are we going to be able to fit everything on our bench? I said, what if we just don't play? What if we just don't play Eldegoss? You don't really even need to play Eldegoss anymore, you know? Is Eldegoss passe? Is Eldegoss out? Are we over the Goss? Might be. I need Quick Ball for sure. JD was not playing Quick Ball in his deck. That's crazy. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Gotta play Revitalizer. Gotta play Grass Energies. The new Executor? I feel like I have plenty of Pokemon. No, we've got plenty of Pokemon. Zarude is just that guy. God, Roserade is so good. Oh, Roserade gets the party going. Oh, we're playing Ball Guy, yeah. Eldegoss gets energy. Roserade gets everything. And then you play Scoop Up Net, right? And then you could do these plays where, like, you go Roserade, I'll Roserade again. I'll go boom, boom. Just get everything. Because with Force of Vitality, you can Roserade twice in the same turn. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. Executor, Stage 1, attacking with Evolution Pokemon and Gym Leader Challenge. That's so 2022. Torterra is like the only exception. Because he big boy. Right, teammates. You could play like... I'm not convinced that we need Eldegoss. Yeah. You just play... You play Letter. You play Vessel. Yeah. You just play... let's just play some item cards instead, you know? Plasma Free, execute. But what's the point of execute? So, like, you want to play the Executor just because you have execute? I mean, this Executor is doing, like, with Meganium in play, this Executor is doing 240 damage for 3 energy. That is, like, a lot. I will hand that to you. The damage is extreme. And plus, you can play the golden egg if you wanted to. He's only got 30 hit points. He's such a little boy. He's a little guy. We did just take out an evolution, so we can put in an evolution, right? Like what? We got Meganium. You got Cherim. The thing about it is you actually do need to be able to hit 240 damage in the game now. That's just a thing that you need to be able to do thanks to Wailord. Yeah. Where's Shaman? Do we have to play Shaman? Oh, yeah, we should probably play Shaman. All right, fine. We'll put a Shaman in there. Whatever. Just to protect our poor little egg. It is very greedy not to. You're correct. Okay, fine. You're right. All right, what if we don't need Tapu Boo Boo? Yeah, Tapu Boo Boo just does 220. All right, it does a lot of damage. I got to give you that. Lusamine could be nice. Good, hold on. We need more good supporters that like draw cards. Like N and Iono. Gotta play that card. God forbid I type the letter N in here. Did that work? That didn't work. That didn't work either. Avery. Gladian. What about Gladian? You guys want to play Gladian? Plus, how are you supposed to get your Gladian if you don't play Roserade? We're probably playing Gladian in this deck just because we're the kind of deck that wants to, yeah, you got to play Floatstone for sure. Gladian works here because you can use Roserade to go get it. That's why Gladian works. There's no Rillaboom in this one because we're playing. This is a Cherrim variant. It could just be U-turn board instead of Floatstone. Yeah, maybe we don't need Floatstone. Maybe just U-turn board. Cherrim basically is just like Rain Dance for grass. Avery is kind of good. Gives you some like disruption on what your opponent's got going on. Like that. Field Blower. Super Rod. Should probably play a Field Blower. Raihan's probably a good card. It's the kind of card you like to see in your deck. I like Clara. Gear is cool. Rope is fine. Boss, you could just play Boss, and you don't even have to play Rope, dude. You can play Boss and Kuzma. You're fine. Oh, bug catching set. Bug catching set is like, I don't hate it. Could just be a way to go get it like some grass. So yeah, bug catching set's a good card. Don't need Muscle Band, that's for sure. Evolution Incense. You can play Evolution Incense. Do you have to, though? You probably want to play Evolution Incense. Energy Retrieval. We do have Clara. Could just play like really unoffensive, like draw cards like Cynthia, you know? Probably is cool. Timer Ball is always a good option. I agree. We play Ball Guy. So what's our board look like? You've got Meganium, you've got Cherrim, you've got Torterra, you've got Roserade, you've got Executor. So what is what's Torterra maxing out at? That's always something good to ask yourself, right? So you've got, because you got to like keep yourself honest with evolution to make sure you have enough to power up Torterra. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Torterra's maxing out at 250. You like certainly could get one more Evo line in here, and that wouldn't be bad. Lucamine also is the kind of card that feels pretty good. This kind of deck. As far as our recovery, we've only got Super Rod, Revitalize It. You probably also want to play like, you could play the Wishful Baton. That's a card I don't hate in here, right? Bramblegat? Yo, we could Bramble for sure. We could definitely get Brambling. All right, I think our next round is up. Let's go. Round number 4 of 5. Let's go. Cacturn Jack. Versus Tyler Price. Oh, apparently Craig is here. 3-0 is Thad is playing against Craig this round at the 3-0 table. These guys are not 3-0. This is our 2-1 round. And then next round will be our final round. So we've got Tyler Price, 201 with his Spicy Water deck. And we've got Jack Martin, 2-1 with Cursed Kiss. Well, let's go. Let's get into it. Spicy Water. Hate it when my water's too spicy. All right, Tyler's got pretty stable board going first. Quick ball, level ball. Go get Sobble and Remoraid. Put Silent Lab out. Would have liked to see Tyler save Silent Lab. There's not really any basic abilities that Jack can activate turn 1 that are very meaningful. But if Jack were to promote a Wobbuffet, that would be very problematic for Tyler. So I think that Tyler should have saved the Silent Lab in the hand just in case Jack throws a Wob into the active, right? Because Wobbuffet has the Bide Barricade ability, which says as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, each Pokemon in play in their hand in each player's discard pile has no abilities. So that would not be great because Tyler's primary way of drawing cards next turn seems to be based on abilities. He's got Evolution Incense in hand, which can allow him to go get either an Octillery or a Drizzile. You could even go get Drizzile, use Shady Dealings for Irida, use Irida, go get Octillery, and then you also can go get another item card, right? Ooh, and then Tyler, I forgot Tyler is playing, this is Spicy Water, so Tyler's like, you might think you know. You might think you know which Frostmoth Tyler is playing. But you actually do not know which Frostmoth Tyler is playing. Because odds are you did not think Tyler was playing this Frostmoth. Yes, that is the Frostmoth that Tyler is playing. Which is why Silent Lab needs to be in the deck. I think he's like spreading. And then he also plays the... whoever evolves from Snow, Frostlass. That spreads damage. The one that he's playing standard. So we got Drizzile. Shady Dealings. We'll see what Tyler decides to give the Shady. You got to go set up that Octillery if it's in the deck, right? Because you want to draw cards. Lilies is also just good. Yeah. Honestly, just... I would even... yeah. That's fine. No need to scoop up net. You save the scoop up net for once that Drizzile evolves into Inteleon. And that's why scoop up net sees play in a lot of water decks, because Inteleon and Drizzile's shady dealing abilities are so powerful for helping you to set up. Obviously, you see there Tyler was able to just kind of trade an evolution card for a draw card. And it's that flexibility that allows the water decks to just be so consistent. Scoop up net can allow you to evolve into Inteleon twice very easily throughout the course of the game. It's kind of the dream. Going to 8, looks like Tyler was able to find Dive Ball and Water Energy, so could see an attack with Frost Moth. Looks like Hisuian Heavy Ball did not find a target. Starmie, I think Misty Starmie is in the prizes. And then Dive Ball, just go get the Frost Moth. No real need for Tyler to put that Floatstone down yet. I would like to see Tyler just hold that, because you just don't need to put it in play, right? Like if Jack plays Field Blower, then he would gladly remove the Floatstone and the Silent Lab all at once. So you don't want to give Jack the opportunity to really get maximum value out of a card like Field Blower like that. So it's one of the reasons that you would decide to hold the Floatstone there. It looks like Tyler did make the right choice and kept it in hand. I like to see that. It's a good play. Jack finds Curlia and can Refinement. Discard a card from hand, draw 2. We do see Jack does have the Field Blower in hand and is actually going to get rid of it. See, and that's why Tyler deciding to hold the Floatstone is important, because maybe Jack decides not to discard the Field Blower there off of Refinement if Tyler had the Floatstone in play. It's those little decisions that can have a big impact on a game. When Jack has got Battle Compressor, can send 3 cards from the deck to the discard pile. If he knows that there's no Pokemon that he wants to get out of his prizes, he can ditch the Hisuian Heavy Ball, which we see, and then also sending a Psychic Energy to the discard pile, which he can then charge back into play later with Malamar and its Psychic Recharge ability. Would like to see Jack get an energy onto a potential attacker this turn. That would be the big thing that I'd want to see from him. The Training Court going to kind of act as an energy retrieval here. I mean, Jack was able to use Battle Compressor to send the Psychic Energy to the discard pile, and then with the Training Court can guarantee an energy from the deck for turn. So I do like that. It's a nice little combo. Bird Keeper is the supporter for turn. And Jack is able to find that Iron Boulder, who will be the kind of star attacker in this deck. And if he can match hand sizes, he actually does have... Oh, no, he played Stadium already. I was going to say he has Dimension Valley in hand, which would decrease the attack cost of the Iron Boulder, but has already played Training Court for turn, so it's not an option. I would expect Jack to... it's weird, right? Because like you don't want to leave I guess he is just going to leave the Inkay active, right? The Inkay, if it falls asleep, you could at least evolve into Malamar, which would then wake it up. So that is a nice little bonus. Now Tyler can freely place that Floatstone. Doesn't have to worry about mean old Field Blower since Jack discarded it. And then Arvin, going to be the supporter for turn, can go get tool card and an item card out of the deck. I see Tyler's also playing the Cryogonal, which item locks, which is pretty fun. And Tyler did cook this deck up himself, so it was pretty cool. I know Tyler was showing it to me the other day, and he's pretty stoked on it. So I always love to see some brewing happening here, GLC Leagues, part of what makes it so fun. Arvin gets Evo Soda and the Luxurious Cape Evo Soda. I expect Tyler to use on the Snow Runt. Go get that Frost Lass into play. But first, Brooklet Hill. As far as other attackers go, he does have the Finizen, right? Can evolve into Palafin. He's playing the Palafin that does 130 for 1. Lux Cape on the Moth. Oh, baby. Evo Soda. Would really like to see Octillery come out. Yeah. And here is the Squid, the Octopus. There he is, the big red octopus, Octillery. What a nice fellow. It's the perfect little bench sitter. To fill your hand to 5 every turn. What's not to love? Abyssal Hand. And Tyler will draw 3. And it's got a Frostmoth, Chilling Wings. 20 damage to everything, and then the Inkay is asleep. Will it wake up? I guess not. But again, Jack top decks Escape Rope. So that will be able to break the sleep that Inkay is affected by. Escape Rope. Let's see what Tyler decides to promote. Have to, like, maybe Drizzile, actually. As weird as that is. I don't know how much you're valuing. Maybe getting that Frost. Yeah, maybe getting that Frost Lass out into play. But all the other promotes do feel bad. It's either, I'd say, Snowrun or Drizzile. You know, the Drizzile is less necessary now that you have Octillery online. It's not as needed. Drizzile is so important for kind of the opening turns of the game. Intelliant can help be a combo completer later on, of course, but Octillery will at least keep you kind of churning. And then Jack's got a big attack with matched hand sizes thanks to the Dimension Valley. With Iron Boulder. And here we go. Jack takes the first prize of the game. Still no bench barrier in sight, though. So these Pokemon are going to be melting. 20 damage at a time. The Intelliant is also a nice attacker for Tyler's deck. It's got the Aqua Bullet attack. 120 damage for 2 and 20 damage to one of the opponent's bench Pokemon. So it does actually jive with the whole spread strategy that Tyler's trying to go for. Ninja Boy. Oh, is that a Ninja Boy? It's literally a Ninja Boy in Tyler's hand. A literal Ninja Boy, dude. Cryogonal down, okay. And then you got, I think, Raihan there. It's going to be retreat into Frostmoth. Let's go. Any supporters for turn? Already attached for turn? No, just a Chilling Wings. And keep in mind, this Frostmoth does have a luxurious cape on it, so it's got 210 hit points. And Tyler does take a prize on the bench, Inkay. Does Jack's Boulder wake up? It does. Something cool we could see Tyler do if this Frostmoth takes a hit. Could you scoop up nets to deny a knockout, right? It is just a 1 energy attacker. Jack's got Evolution Incense. Could go get Gallade. Jack is also playing Monkey Dory, right? So this could get really bad for Tyler. We all know what Monkey Dory does, right? Monkey Dory, I mean, just one of the most broken cards in standard format right now. Also sees play in some Gym Leader Challenge decks. That Adrenabrain ability. I mean, if Jack is able to establish a Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory this turn, could start throwing all of these damage counters back over to Tyler's board. I'm sure that's not something that he wants to see. So that could be bad. And Jack trying to figure out if he can match hand sizes, go to 5 to swing, which is what he has to do in order to attack with Adjusted Horn from Iron Boulder. Let's see what he's got. Does he have access to Monkey at all? Muscle Band in hand. I mean, things could start to get a little scary for sure. Refinements. He's got Togepi, which I think he was thinking about putting down. Deciding Muscle Band. And then Gallade. No, knockout was taken last turn, so I mean Jack can use teammates. And if you use teammate, like Jack can actually take the 2 prize knockout on Frostmoth this turn. Because if he uses teammates, he could teammates for Monkey, right? Attach Dark. And then so long as he can match hand, you have to just figure out what the match hand size number is, right? So you teammates for Monkey and like whatever else. Yeah, and I think Jack is going to be able to take a 2 prize knockouts. He just needs to make sure that he finishes. Important when you're attacking with Iron Boulder, you need to make sure that you're matching hand sizes. Don't play too many cards. You got to play just the correct amount of cards, the exact correct number of cards. Not too many, not too few. The just right amount. Whatever that number may be. And let's see if Jack's got it. Great play here. We got the Monkey, Adrenabrain. And at this point, I'm feeling like Tyler's cooked. The Monkey Dory, not what you want to see if you're Tyler. Not at all. The 30 damage there. The 5 cards in hand. This plan is coming together perfectly. And with the muscle band assisted adjusted horn for 190, Jack Martin will take 2 prizes on that luxurious caped Frostmoth. The 210 HP Frostmoth going down. And if you're Tyler, you got to be panicking a little bit. That's a big 2-prize loss. Not only is it a 2-prize loss, but all of the damage that you have been spreading onto Jack's board, which should have been an asset for you, is now turning into a liability, because every damage counter on Jack's board, he can move over onto Tyler's side. Kind of a nightmare situation. And here is Ninja Boy. Oh, baby. Targeting Cryogonal. Who is Cryogonal going to turn into? Staryu? Did Tyler find the Starmie? Oh, yeah. Misty's Starmie off the prizes. Wapow. Let's go. You love to see it. It's a spicy play right there. Now we just need to see the Misty Starmie Mega Evolve and walk off the table. Professor's Letter, 2 water energy. Misty Starmie does deal, I think, 140 damage if it evolves this turn, so it will be enough to clear this Iron Boulder. Big KO there for Tyler. Abyssal Hand for 1. Maybe. Abyssal Hand for 1. Yes. And here comes the Misty Starmie. Let's go. Spicy play there from Tyler, gotta say. Haven't seen that before. That was pretty cool. Ninja Boy assisted attack with the Misty Starmie. Ninja Boy allows you to search your deck for a basic Pokemon, swap it with one of your basic Pokemon in play, and then all, turns in play, effects, energy, all that stays on the new Pokemon. So, very cool to see. Jack has got Rare Candy into Togekiss, though. And Togekiss got the Wonder Kiss ability. Could see Jack take a bonus prize if he's able to power up an attacker. But Jack does not have any energy accelerators in play right now. That's the problem. Does have Gallade, and Gallade can use the Buddy Catch ability to go search out maybe a card like Raihan. Dimension Valley is also still in play. Tyler has been unable to counter the Dimension Valley. And that Dimension Valley staying in play has been huge for Jack, because it's just making it so his Pokemon's attacks are cheaper every turn. And with no energy accelerator online, that has been essential to allowing Jack to get these attacks going. Like right here, for instance, right? Jack is going to be able to use Buddy Catch. Go finds Raihan. Raihan is going to accelerate an extra energy into play. It looks like Jack is thinking that he's going to attack with the Giratina. And then has to go search out the second Psychic Energy. And you could see that Dimension Valley is the difference between Jack being able to launch an attack this turn and not, because Giratina's Shadow Impact attack costs 2 Psychic and a colorless energy. Dimension Valley makes it so that your Psychic Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless energy less. So that Dimension Valley is the difference maker. in allowing Jack to launch this attack with Giratina. Shadow Impact. He's going to have to put 4 damage counters on his own board, but when you have Monkey Dory, it's not so much a problem, right? As we can see, Jack is using Monkey Dory right now, Adrenabrain, to move some damage counters over to Tyler's side of the board. And once 3 damage counters on the Drizzile. And then here comes the Tina. Shadow Impact 130. And a flip for Togekiss. And Jack gets to take 2. Thanks to Wonder Kiss. Whenever Jack takes a knockout and gets to flip a coin, if heads, take a bonus prize card. And with that, I mean, Tyler has got to be feeling deflated. That is just really nasty. Double prize take. Jack with back-to-back 2 prize turns in this Gym Leader Challenge game. Back-to-back. Feeling kind of nasty, dude. Feeling real nasty. That's crazy. Now Tyler still got 4 prizes left to take. Has to fight through a Gallade. Again, if there's anything going for Tyler, it's that Jack doesn't have an energy accelerator, but he does have Gallade. Hand disruption this turn would be very good from Tyler, but does not have it. Has to Irida. Can use Irida. Go find Inteleon. Inteleon will be taking the knockout with Aqua Bullets. You really kind of need to get, I would say, a stadium counter has to be part of the equation, right? The Dimension Valley has got to go. But I don't think Tyler has anything to remove the Dimension Valley from play. Be it Field Blower, just a stadium, like anything. The Dimension Valley sticking is really bad. Super Rod. Gonna put Staryu. It's kind of bad, right? Because the whole idea of putting the Frostlass in play just feels very bad against Jack's deck because he has the Monkey Dory. So you're kind of just, if you put the Frostlass into play, you just power up Jack's Monkey Dory even more. Just feels so bad. Yeah, it's got to be Field Blower here, right? Field Blower Muscle Band feels fine. You have to get this Dimension Valley out of here. That's like a non-negotiable part of the equation. Yeah, so good play by Tyler, seeing that. And then Inteleon going to be coming up to Aqua Bullets for 120. And Tyler cannot afford to give up one more prize card. Actually, not Inteleon. Going to be Palafin. Vanguard Punch for 150 damage with the Muscle Band. And Tyler's got 3 left. We could just see a Mimikyu. Ah, here we go. Jack just going to use Buddy Catch. Buddy Catch for Lusamine. Lusamine for Dimension Valley. And then Mimikyu with Monkey Dory. And that is it. Vanguard Punch. Good play by Jack. Close out that game. Absolutely disgusting. Does he take a bonus prize? Absolutely disgusting play there by Jack. 2 turns back to back. Double prizes. Absolutely crazy. GG's, GG's, GG's. It's our 4th round of 5. And we're going to be playing at Full Grip Games here tonight. Gym Leader Challenge League. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this list. This grass list. Let's get the grass list going. All right, I had a couple cards I was thinking about here for the grass list. All right, we have Meganium, we got Cherim, we got Torterra, we got Roserade. You guys convinced me to put Executor in here. Type of, you know, maxing out at like 200, 250 damage for Torterra. That's like fine. That's cool. Now we need a lot of supporter cards. Or like a healthy amount. We need a healthy amount of supporter cards, right? Like Clara's good. Colress. Those are like big draw cards. Colress, Lilies, Marnie, Iono, Cynthia, Wishful Baton. Do we really need to play Wishful Baton? Wishful Baton kind of cool. Right. Do we really need to play Bug Catching Set? Probably not. We could probably cut the Bug Catching Set. But Bug Catching Set is like one of those cards that's kind of explosive, right? And I feel like you kind of like explosive with Lusamine could also be good. I like Lana's Fishing Rod, but we already got Clara. With Lusamine and Clara, that should be plenty. Wishful Baton. Is Wishful Baton like worth it? It does preserve energy, which is nice. Lana's Aid with Clara? I'll play Lana's Aid instead of Clara. But I'm at 62 cards now, so I need to like... Could we cut Quick Ball? JD wasn't playing Quick Ball. We could cut Quick Ball. We don't even need Quick Ball for real. Who needs Quick Ball, dude? Not me. You already got Netball. You're good. Baton. Yeah, Baton's like... I'm not like totally sold on Baton. We've got the gear. All right, so what are your like good turn 1 supporters? We've got Determination, Research, Marnie, Ball Guy, Iono, Avery. Yeah, this like feels fine, Cynthia. Let's play test it. Do we need Zarude? I think so. He's just all reliable, right? Well, this is not a good start. Trash. All right, new game. Draw 1. All right, I've got gear. View top 7. Give me the research. Okay. energy to Cherubi. This is looking like it's garbage. All right, we got to go back. Back to deck. Everything is bad. It's all bad. It's looking horrible. No Raihan. Okay, we need more live cards. I got to put Quick Ball back in here. Everything's looking like trash. Trainer's Mail. No Lucamine. Instead, Trainer's Mail. Trainer's Mail is kind of a nothing card. Our Prio, yeah, this Roselia is sick. It resists water, and it's got 70 hit points. Okay, here we go. Playtest. New game. Oh, yeah. Money. Draw. We always assume we're going second. All right, we got Turn Twig. We got Z Money. Yo, we could pack call? Yo, what's up, Opzando over on Twitch? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. We are going to... Any suggestion any deck that you should buy for start? You should just download Pokemon TCG Live and start learning how to play there if you're just getting into the game. Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, and then that'll give you an idea of what what kind of deck you like. Okay, I think I'm going to Trainer's Mail first here. Look at top 4. Yo, what's up, Jack? GG's, man. GG's, Jack. We're going to get the timer ball. Okay. And then for our supporter for turn, we can go play Gladian because we're going second. And I think I'm going to Gladian. And then taking a look at my prize cards, do we want like a forest? I'll take the forest. All right, what if I take the forest with the Gladian? The Gladian goes into the prizes. Okay. And then I'm going to go here. And I'm going to retreat into Zarude and on a pack call, and I can search my deck for 3 Pokemon. So I'm going to get Roselia. I'm going to get Grottle. And I'm going to get Turtwig. It was my Turtwig at. He's already in play. All right, I'm going to get Cherubi. Okay, cool. So those are the 3 I'm getting. All right. Then you shuffle. All right, that's my turn 1. My opponent doesn't do anything, then I draw. All right, I've got Cynthia off the top. Broken. So now we go Forest of Vitality. We go Cherubi, Cherim. We go Grottle. We go Quick Ball, discard Timer Ball. Go get Chikorita. Bench Chikorita, bench Roselia. Cynthia. Shuffle draw 6. Okay. We go Netball. We get Grass. We go Level ball. We go get Bayleaf. Evolve into Bayleaf. Evolve into Meganium. We go Sundrenched Shell. Go get Roserade. We don't even have to go get Roserade, but we could. Roserade. Go get Professor's Letter. Professor's Letter. Go get 2 energy out of the deck. Attach them all to Zarude. And then that's turn 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Turn 2, 220 damage. Just like that. It's broken. Like I said. Turn 2. All right, new game. Start with Shaman. Draw. Got Roserade. All right. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to Avery first. I think. Well. Sure. It's Avery. Horrible decision. Bug catching set. Wait. Look at top 7. I want Zarude and Chikorita was there. All right, I lose this one. All right, new game. Zarude start broken. Draw. Okay. Energy on Zarude. Pokegear. Look at top 7. Iono or Cynthia. I'll take the Iono. Shuffle. Iono. Shuffle all at the bottom of the deck. Draw 6. We go Nest Ball. That's what I'm talking. The Executor, it's just like, I feel like the Executor is not happening. It's my beef with the Executor. Like, is the Executor really happening? He does so much damage for so little, I guess. But you know, what if you play it? What if it's like, what if we play Sceptile, you know? Sceptile is just so sick. What if we put a 3rd stage 2 in the deck? Because he's got the Grottle, right? And then Grottle, or not the Grottle, the Grovyle. And then you got Sunshine Grace, and then you got Trico. And he can find a friend. And then you've kind of got this like 61 card deck. So you don't want 61 cards in the deck. All right. You don't even need like Trainer's Mail, bad card. We don't even need Badoo for real. He can go. I'm over Badoo in here. Because we just want to go turn 1 Zarude, to be honest. That's what we want. Quick Ball's back. The bug catching sets. All right, Mail can go back in, actually. All right, so we got Craig Davenport versus John Patterson. Round. So can I save it? Let's see, what's my deck? This is Fast Grass. Save. Broken. It's a broken deck. I don't like Arvin, dude. There's not enough tools in here. We've got 1 tool. I don't want to play Arvin. There's 1 tool in here. He's cool, right? So, like, 20 damage times 2 mana energy attached to all your Pokemon. So if you have 9 energy in play, that's 180. If you have Meganium Online, it's 360. It's pretty good. All right, final round is up. Let's go. John Patterson versus Craig Davenport. Your 5th and final round, GLC League Night, here at Full Grip Games. That's something I'm gonna keep tweaking that. Grass deck. Because I'm kind of at a loss of what to do with my Rillaboom deck right now. I feel like it's just not in the best place. So maybe I need to embrace the Cherim lifestyle. I could see it. I mean, especially with the forest, I could see it. All right, we got John Patterson with Palatoad. We got Craig Davenport with Monkey Psychic. Craig Davenport is your 4-0 player. John Patterson playing the role of spoiler. Let's see. Round number 5 is underway. Both players opening a pretty optimal starting Pokemon as Craig's got his Wobbuffet in the active spots, energy attached to it, and a pass. John has got Hisuian Basculin. This is Craig's League Night to lose right now. I mean, at a record of 4-0, all Craig has to do is punch in this dub to guarantee it. He will be the only 5-0 player. He's the only 4-0 player right now. But if Craig loses, then all of a sudden there are a couple of 4-1 players, and it'll come down to resistance to see which player has the upper hand with the tiebreakers. So John plays Marnie turn 1. Has got Capacious Bucket, Hisuian Basculin. Basculin can gather the crew, get the crew going. And you see John taking a quick look at the prize cards, which cards he has access to in the deck. While he searches for 2 water energy with the Capacious Bucket, I'm sure he wants to get an energy drop for turn. Now, John's hand is not looking super live off this Marnie. But at the very least, we'll be able to establish a pretty wide board thanks to this Hisuian Basculin. Yeah, he's just got Super Rod and Cast Form in hand. And cannot use his own abilities to draw out of this position due to the Wobbuffet in the active. And then John's going to have to decide which Pokemon to attach an energy to, if any. Energy to the Basculin's not bad, because then you could retreat it into something next turn if you wanted to. Especially if maybe John would rather attach an energy to one of the Pokemon that he's about to gather the crew for. Like, maybe it's Cryogonal just to try and buy a couple extra turns. John loves the Seismitoad, so looks like Timpole is being grabbed out of the deck as well. Craig's got Hisuian Heavy Ball in hand. Could use that to find a basic Pokemon in the prize cards. Can't quite tell what the rest of the hand right now. Let's see. Hisuian Heavy Ball. What do we got? I think the Dusclops is in the prize card. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Raihan. And that's a swing and a miss. Nothing to take with Hisuian Heavy Ball. But does Craig have a supporter? Guzma looking like maybe the only grab. And it's not really worth playing. So Craig just, I think, has to pass. Yeah. Both players kind of reeling from that early Marnie. Does set both players to a relatively low hand size. And looks like Snorunt in the active now. Snorunt has an attack. I think it draws a card. Now, Craig, a very funny proposition, does have Rare Candy Ultra Ball in hand. Could Ultra Ball away his entire hand, which is like not good, and go get Dusknoir and then blow up something to exchange pride. Does not seem worth it. I don't think that I would do that if I were Craig. But I think this is fine, starting to put some pressure on with Wobbuffet. Dimension Valley. Psychic Assault for 10. Thank you, King Jester, for that sub. The 44 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. John, I think just considering attaching energy to a Finizen. Finizen comes down, but where does the water go? And then, yep, going to continue drawing a card with the Snorunt. Another dead card from Craig. And we've got a Psychic Assault this time for 20. I think the Snorunt's only got 40 hit points. So, ooh, and John top decks Iono. So now John has a decision. Does he want to give both players a fresh hand of 6? It looks like John might be thinking no. We'll take his chances. And the damage counter on the Snow Run's been corrected, right? Psychic Assault did 10, then 20, so it should be 30. Looks like maybe Craig is going for the Dusknoir play. Go Rare Candy Dusknoir, blow up the Palafin, knock out the Snow Run, take a 2-prize turn. Kind of risque, but no, get Ultra Ball for the... Okay, Ultra Balling for the Ralts has Night Stretcher, Rare Candy in hand. Now, this is actually... It's weird because it feels like that's like, oh, it's fine. I'll just discard the Gallade because I have Night Stretcher in hand. But, you know, when your opponent uses a card like Iono, they send that Night Stretcher to the bottom of the deck. And then it actually becomes kind of like more difficult to find the Gallade, right? Because, I mean, I guess if you're playing both Night Stretcher and Rescue Stretcher, there's still 2 outs to Gallade in your deck. It's kind of frustrating that cards like Evolution Incense. All right, John not going to play the Iono this turn, actually just saying, like, I will not give Craig these additional cards. I'm not doing it. And uses the Finizen's attack to go find Palafin. Craig's got Rare Candy Gallade now. And can start using the Buddy Catch ability to go find supporters from the deck. And Craig just needs a draw supporter. Really. I mean, considering a Guzma, but it's really not worth it. You just got to establish your board, Craig, for sure. Got to go get like a legitimate threatening attacker going. Research certainly fine. You gotta get a little bit of a wider board. I mean, John has got kind of everything started, I should say. I mean, he's got the Palafin, like, 2 energy. It's going. Next turn, Justice Kick, 2/10. Marnie is a crazy pick. Yeah, so Craig choosing Marnie, going to really do a number on John's hand here. And no, actually going to Guzma. And then poke for 10. That's kind of funny. And has Marnie for next turn. Wobbuffet active. Bringing up the Palafin, I mean, does make it very difficult for the Palafin to swing. This turn, Justice Kick only does 210 damage. If it moved from the bench to the active spot, but now here comes the Iono because John knows Craig's got a stable board, has got Marnie in hand, so finally time to let that Iono rip. John will get 6 to Craig's 5. Looks like John finds an energy. He's got an Evolution Incense. Not Evolution. Yeah. Evolution Incense and Dive Ball. So can start evolving up this Seismitoad that I know he loves. You get the Palpitoad out. There it is. And then Seismitoad, kind of the main attacker of this build. It's got 170 hit points and the Quaking Zone ability, which makes it so that as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, attacks used by your opponent's active Pokemon cost 1 colorless more. Very tough Pokemon for a lot of decks to deal with. And then Echoed Voice, solid 120 damage for 2 energy, but during your next turn it does 100 more damage, so it goes from 120 to then 220, and then stays at 220 every turn you use it. And Craig's got Crispin he could use to start getting the Gallade going. He's also got Monkey Dory. So could start to throw those damage counters back onto John's board. Just weird though, right? Because, I mean, Craig still needs to get an attacker going. Doesn't really have a valid threat. So needs to be thinking about that for sure. And we'll see what he decides to get off Buddy Catch this turn. He's got the Crispin in hand. A couple supporters, actually. Crispin, Iono, Artisan. But needs to get this board going more. Well, Craig has got some spicy cards in here. He's got Echoing Horn. I saw TM Devolution. Looks like Craig's going to get Raihan with the Buddy Catch. And he's going to play Crispin. The support for turn can get both the Psychic and Dark into play. There's some beautiful energy there from Craig. Darkness energy onto the Monkey Dory. And Psychic onto Wobbuffet is feel good attachments. The Darkness energy will allow Monkey Dory to use that Adrenabrain ability. Move some damage counters off of Gallade over to the Palafin. And then I think it's just going to be a attack with Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet's Psychic Assault is actually doing 10 plus 40 now, right? So 50 minus 30, so 20 damage. And John does get that Seismitoad online. And then also has Mallow and Lana in hand, so can play that for the switch effect. And will heal. And that's pretty tough for sure. Here comes the Seismitoad. Oh, wow. John is looking pretty solid with this play. Seismitoad, Echoed Voice for the knockout. Mallow and Lana completely healing the Palafin. I mean, this is the dream setup. If you're John, this is exactly what you want, right? You've got Seismitoad in the active. Palafin fully built up on the bench. Craig's board is kind of starved for energy at this point. With Gallade in the active spot with only a single energy, and the Quaking Zone ability makes it so that all of Craig's Pokemon take a colorless more to attack it. So really just counteracting the Dimension Valley in play. Yeah, those two counteract right now. Because the Dimension Valley makes it one colorless less. Seismitoad makes it one colorless more. Craig doesn't have any attacker on board other than Gallade to really work with. No damage counters to move with Monkey Dory. So the Gallade is going to be capped at doing 160 damage unless there's like a muscle band or something like that. Craig really taking his time on this buddy catch. And it is kind of do or die time in this game. But I don't know that Craig has the energy to really combat John's board right now. Gonna get teammates off of the buddy catch. Just gonna allow him to search his deck for any 2 cards that he wants. So I imagine that if he's gonna play the teammates, he's going right back into the deck. We'll see. It looks like Craig is playing kind of a spread package, as there is his favorite. Is that Uxie? Yeah, that's Uxie, right? I always get those 3 little pixies confused. With the painful memories. Yes, Uxie, painful memories, can put 2 damage counters on all the opponent's Pokemon. But at this point, I mean, John has got like 2 fully built up attackers, not a single damage counter on board, right? Like, that just seems really rough. All right, so going to be Guzma on the Octillery, Wobbuffet to the active. I think Craig's just trying to buy a little time here. And we'll pass. Trying to catch John slipping. And honestly, I think the banana and the tailpipe maneuver may just have worked. John has to attach pass. And Craig has found the opening that he so desperately needs as he continues to use Buddy Catch to tutor supporters out of his deck. But this is just the beginning. I mean, really, now he needs to figure out how to get this Uxie into the active spot and go to work. I mean, realistically, that's what you want, right? So it looks like U-turn board, Fog Crystal. Being grabbed. Fog Crystal gets another beautiful Psychic Energy. Wow-wee. Some of the most beautiful energy. You gotta love it. Ooh, and right off the top, John finds Switch Raft, allowing him to move his Octillery to the bench, and Seismitoad taking a big knockout. That is tough for Craig, most certainly. Oh, and he's got the Yamask. Oh my goodness. I think the Yamask evolves into the Confagrigus with the Law of the Underworld attack, which allows you to place 6 damage counters on each Pokemon that has an ability. But the Seismitoad has the Wash energy on it, which stops all effects of opponent's attacks done to it. So the Seismitoad would not be hit by the Law of the Underworld, I think, which is why Craig made sure to read the Wash energy, check the Wash energy earlier. There it is, the Law of the Underworld. Can also place damage counters on your own guys, so that then you can use Monkey Dory. I don't know if Craig's going to be able to buy enough time. or really to be able to stall. Like, Craig would need another counter catcher or something this turn. Instead, is just going to bring up the Gallade, I think, and just swing with it. Just deal the 160 damage. Move an energy back to the Yamask. Okay. We go Abyssal Hand. Can John find... Versus Seeker Mallow and Lana would be, like, devastating right now for Craig. But that play is not what John has. Irida will be the supportive return. I imagine this Seismitoad is going to stay the course. Now, I'm wondering, okay, something I don't know, if there's any judges in the chat or people who just, or any ball knowers in the chat. If Koffagrigus, or if any attacker is up against a Seismitoad, say like Koffagrigus, where the attack costs 1 psychic energy. If you're up against Seismitoad and you have Dimension Valley in play, do they still cancel each other out? Or would Law of the Underworld? Because, like, does Dimension Valley proc first, which does nothing, and then Seismitoad proc? Or does the Seismitoad, do they happen like at the same time? Does the Seismitoad make it cost more and the Dimension Valley make it cost less so they balance out? Like, how does that work? I imagine they cancel each other out, but I don't actually know. Never seen an interaction like that before. Ooh, Enhanced Hammer, Field Blower. Oh my gosh, John Patterson just giving Craig the business right now. Enhanced Hammer, Field Blower, Echoed Voice for 220. Youch. That is a crazy turn. And what can Craig do? Stadium now gone. Craig's got no energy acceleration on board. Still 10 damage to deal to this Seismitoad, which is painfully still alive. And for Craig's spread deck, there is a noticeable lack of damage on John's board right now. Just not enough damage, that's for sure. Looks like Craig may be eyeing up a Battle Compressor. And with the Enhanced Hammer play, it feels really bad that Craig passed back the special energy to the Yamask, right? Because Craig could have passed back the basic energy to the Yamask. And then the hammer play wouldn't have been as bad. But yeesh. Craig does have counter energy as a possibility. We see in his deck. Teammate's going to allow Craig to get whatever 2 cards he wants out of his deck. But I don't know that there's a 2-card solution to this issue. And Craig is up against, which we kind of see him spinning his wheels as he thinks through. The line, I mean, yeah, and Devolution doesn't even work against the Seismitoad, right? Like Devo TM's not going to work because it's got the wash energy on it, so it can't be affected by any effects of attacks. All right, here's Malamar, here's Confagrigus, here's Artisan. Anything that Craig is getting that, Boulder, okay. But again, the Seismitoad is ignoring all effects of attacks. I mean, pretty much everything Craig could throw at the Seismitoad right now is an effect of an attack. Right, like even the Uxie Painful Memories, that's an effect of an attack. Not gonna get there. Right, you're putting 2 damage counters on everything except for the Seismitoad. It just feels so bad. Right, it's all because of that wash energy there on the Seismitoad. Feels absolutely horrible. And then to see, I mean, John just got Scoop Up Net in hand too. So can completely heal any of these Pokemon if he decides that he wants to. Looks like he's just gonna clear the Cryogonal out of the way. Seems fine. Yeah, Sobble's better, right? Just would rather have that dude down. And I'm thinking, I don't even know how Craig bops this thing. You have to get the Toad out of here. If you could get 2 more energy on the Monkey, you could do it with Monkey. All right, John is going to boss. Maybe take out the Confagrigus. Just doesn't like the look of him. Malamar, I think, is the correct choice. Right? Because you're just denying the energy at this point as John. Because nothing can deal with the Toad. Craig doesn't have enough energy in play. It's really the wash energy is kind of ruining everything for Craig. Stopping those effects of attacks. If Craig could get damage onto his own Pokemon right now, he could use Monkey Dory to knock out the Seismitoad. I almost think if you're Craig, you gotta attach an energy to the Monkey Dory here and say all right, I'm threatening a 3 energy Mind Bend for KO next turn. But John has got Guzma in hand, so doesn't feel great. Yep. Craig just going to say, all right, 2 more damage counters to everything. Guzma in hand is super gnarly. And with Drizzile, I mean, just John can go get whatever card he wants to fix this situation. Luxurious Cape certainly could make Craig's life a little bit more difficult. It looks like John is playing both Surfing Beach and the Switch Raft, which makes sense in a Palafin deck. All right, and there's the Surfing Beach. Off of the Shady Dealings. It looks like John is probably going to be running away with this thing. Just 2 prizes left to take. Guzma. The Inkay. Knock it out with Seismitoad. Single prize left to take. Can Craig do anything? I mean, Iono to 1 is a possibility, but at that point, it still doesn't matter. The Seismitoad is just doing 220 damage regardless. Here's the Iono to 1. Seismitoad, 220 damage. Craig does not have enough energy on board to be able to attack realistically. Finds counter energy, which would have given him an attack at least, but still there's Palafin there ready to just clean up whatever scraps Craig has left, right? So it just doesn't matter. No, I don't think that there's anything. Craig's trying to see, can he take 5 prizes? No shot. No. Battle Compressor can send the Giratina down. The Uxie can attack, but it's just not enough right now. Wash Energy kept that Seismitoad alive the whole time. But Craig's still going. Still trying to think his way out of this one. I just don't think it's possible. We'll see if Craig concedes. I mean, really, I don't think. Yeah, and that's it. All right. So John successfully playing the role of spoiler, ending Craig's undefeated run here at GLC League Nights. Both John and Craig will end the night with a record of 4-1, which means it'll come down to resistance tiebreakers to see which one of these players ends up taking home the dub here at Gym Leader Challenge League Night. You can stay dialed in with Full Grip Games and our results on X, the Everything application at Full Grip TCG. Let's see who ends up becoming victorious tonight, whether it's Craig or John. It's going to come down to resistance, like I said. And Ben Morris also hosts all of the results, winning deck lists from our local league, badge leaders, all that's on morsemakes.com. So you can follow along with our Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge League at morsemakes.com. Huge thanks to Ben Morse for running that. And a big thank you to you all for watching this evening. Make sure to check out the signups for the Phantasmal Flames $6,000 cash doubleheader coming up quicker than you would expect. All right, it's coming up fast in November, so it'll be here before you know it. We've also got our RSPK retro event happening next Saturday, and our Phantasmal Flames midnight pre-release happening Halloween night at midnight. Y'all take it easy and have a wonderful night. Make sure to check out FullGripGames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed products. Shopping at FullGripGames.com directly supports the content I create here on Tricky Jim. I'm exhausted.